All right. I think we are good. We're live.
Checking 1 second.
It will take a couple of minutes to stream.
Yes, I can see we are live. Okay. I'm going to stop the sound. Yes, we are good to go. All right. Okay, sharp 9. Good morning and good evening to everyone who is on this platform. I welcome you all. To begin with, I'm going to invite Dr. Vandana Baranwal. Meenakshi, please keep an eye on spotlighting when possible. I would like to invite Dr. Vandana Baranwal, who is our Board of Director, to invoke Lord Ganesha and to chant Lord Dhanvantari Mantra. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Pratibha. Ganesha name is auspicious. It brings happiness, removes obstacles, and enlightens the path. Vakratunda Mahakaya Surya Koti Samaprabha Nirvignam Kurume Deva Sarva Karyeshu Sarvada. Om. Prayers to Lord Dhanvantari, God of Ayurveda. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevai Dhanvantarai Amrit Kalash Hastai Sarva Amaya Vinashai Trailokyanathay Shri Mahavishnavai Namaha. Om. As we start, I would like to announce housekeeping rules. For our eminent speakers, it is our humble request to please keep to the time limit. Our timekeepers will remind you when 2 minutes is left. Please plan to wind up and share final thoughts at that time. Please switch off your cell phone during the event, especially during our talk. Please be on mute and off video during the entire session, except while presenting. Thank you. I am happy to have this chance to introduce Dr. Pratibha Shah as she is going to start our day. Pratibha Shah, BM, sorry. I'm happy to have this chance to introduce Dr. Pratibha Shah. Dr. Pratibha Shah, BMS, MD, Ayurveda, MPH, is an internationally renowned Ayurveda expert. Intensely trained in traditional health sciences, Ayurveda, energy healing, as well as public health, Pratibha Shah distills Eastern wisdom with an understanding of Western principles for the best care of her clients, a strong sense of compassion and empathy, intent listening skills, in-depth thorough assessments, and well-contemplated individualized master wellness plans are a hallmark of her 30 years of practice. Client-centric, compassionate care defines her best. Her pioneering initiatives in the field of Ayurveda have brought her to the attention at White House, the Department of Health and Human Services, as well as the Consulate General of India, New York. For her work, she was nominated in the top 20 women of the year for the year 2014. Before moving to US in 2004, she was working as Chief Medical Officer with the central government of India, Ministry of Ayush in 2019. She was featured as She was featured in an international documentary on Ayurveda. She is the founder president of the Holistic Health Alliance, a 510c3 nonprofit. Founder president of Council for Ayurveda Research, a 510c3 nonprofit. Founding director of Ayurveda Anusandhan Abhiyan Foundation, India, a Section 8 NGO, and CEO of My Ayurveda LLC in 2019. She launched her own high-end organic herbal product line by the name of Swastha. She currently practices in the greater Boston area, but has clientele throughout the world. I invite Dr. Pratibha Shah to deliver the welcome address and get the session started. Over to you, Dr. Pratibha.
Thank you, Dr. Vandana. One second. Thanks, Dr. Vandana. On behalf of Council for Ayurveda Research, I would like to extend a very warm welcome to all the dignitaries, Ayurveda scholars, integrative experts, researchers, and all the attendees who have joined us from around the world. Yesterday, we had the industry roundtable, and I'm delighted to inform you that the session went extremely well. We had leading industry heads all on a single platform yesterday. There was a lot of exchange of thoughts, and we are going to publish the proceedings from yesterday's session. We have two diligent note takers. Yesterday we had them, and we're going to have them for the consortium as well. So we are planning to make this more of a action-oriented series of sessions in the 4 days rather than just academic oriented. And that is what distinguishes us apart from other amazing events, but we plan to be action oriented. So we are going to take out some action items and next steps from the industry round yesterday and from the 3-day consortium. I'm also delighted to inform that we have had 600 plus registrations worldwide. And we also have the blessings of the embassy in the form of the 75 years Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav logo, which has been given to us to use. Unfortunately, or for a good reason, due to Prime Minister Modi's impending visit, we are unable to get a representation from the embassy today for today's program, but we have their blessings. So with that, and with your permission, I would like to say a few words about Council for Ayurveda Research, and then I will introduce the session itself. Council for Ayurveda Research is a pioneering initiative to promote and establish Ayurveda as an evidence-based health science globally. One of our core goals is to create a platform for the exchange, interaction, and integration of information, competencies, expertise, and resources between apex academic institutions, researchers, practitioners, and students in US as well as in other countries to facilitate Ayurveda research of the highest global standards. Our long-term goal is to become the nodal agency for Indo-US collaborations and collaborations with other countries and initiatives for research in Ayurveda with the ultimate aim of establishing Ayurveda globally as a credible healing science. Headquartered in USA, we also now have a sister organization in India as of 2019 in the name of Ayurvidya Anusandhan Abhiyan Foundation. And I'm really delighted that the person who gave us this name, Dr. Ashok Vaidyaji, is here with us today. Please check us out at www.ayurvedaresearchusa.org. Now, it is my immense pleasure and honor to introduce and set the context for the Global Consortium. The event's primary objective is to bring thought leaders and subject matter experts on a shared platform, stimulate an open conversation, get exposed to different perspectives, and still find the common ground to connect, to provide a consensus direction or directions for future in terms of the right research strategies and methods, areas of innovation and specialization, and key factors for globalization. Today and tomorrow, we are hoping to churn the pot, and on the 19th, which is a closed door session, if you wish to join, please let us know and we will send you the private Zoom link to join. Only invited experts, please. We hope to bring the butter from these 2 days to the meeting and make the Amrit that will fuel us for the next decade and beyond. On the 19th, after deliberation, the consortium will be formed and the charter for the consortium will be finalized with the inputs from all the expert attendees. So now I'm going to introduce our keynote speaker for today, Dr. Rajesh Kotecha ji. It's my pleasure and honor to be introducing him to all of you. Vaidya Rajesh Kotecha ji is an Indian Ayurveda physician who received a Padma Shri Award for Medicine in 2015. He was appointed as Special Secretary in the Ministry of Ayush, Government of India. He is the former Vice Chancellor of Gujarat Ayurveda University, Jamnagar, and previously founded Chakrapani Ayurveda Clinic and Research Center in Jaipur, India in 1998. Dr. Rajesh Kotecha ji completed his Bachelor of Ayurveda Medicine and Surgery, BAMS, from Gujarat Ayurveda University, Jamnagar in 1985, and Doctor of Ayurveda Medicine, MD Ayurveda, from Gujarat Ayurveda University, Jamnagar in 1991. He is the author of 2 books, Concept of Atattva Abhinivesha in Ayurveda, which discusses minor psychiatric disorders in Ayurveda parameters, and A Beginner's Guide to Ayurveda, which is about Ayurveda principles and day-to-day life practices to keep oneself healthy. He received the Global Ayurveda Physician Award in 2007, Ayurveda Ratna Award in 2008, and Padma Shri Award for Medicine in 2015. Dr. Vaidya Rajesh Kotecha ji, pardon me. Vaidya Rajesh Kotecha ji, a very warm welcome to you.
Thank you. Namaskar, Pratibha ji. All the distinguished guests, speakers from various esteemed universities, institutes, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great pleasure for me to address you all on this special occasion of Global Consortium for Collaborative Research in Ayurveda. On behalf of Ministry of Ayush, Government of India, I congratulate Council for Ayurveda Research and Ayurveda Anusandhan Abhiyan Foundation for organizing this Global Consortium event. It is really great to see the multi-stakeholders, including the stalwarts of Ayurveda, researchers, scientists of different domains on a single platform to share, discuss, and develop concepts on key areas of research in Ayurveda and identify the right strategies and methods for conducting the research. This platform would also provide opportunities for discussions among the experts and for exchange on the latest scientific and best practice findings in the area of COVID-19. Hopefully, this 3-day consortium will enrich us with deep insights on various domains of Ayurveda. There has been a paradigm shift in health-seeking attitude globally from treatment to wellness. Preventive care and promotive approach to health is taken more seriously now. In such sense, Ayurveda is being looked upon as the most promising answer to the healthcare problems. Ayurveda is a time-tested, safe, and effective system of healthcare being practiced since ages. From ancient times, Ayurveda and Yoga has contributed greatly in achieving the goal of global health and well-being. Ayurveda has a potential to solve emerging health problems like COVID-19, lifestyle-related diseases across the globe. Also, different areas of health issues like neurology or other infectious diseases, etc. Ayurveda has been recognized across the continent in many countries like Nepal, Sri Lanka, Bhutan, Bangladesh, UAE, Oman, Saudi Arabia, Bahrain, Malaysia, Mauritius, Hungary, Serbia, Switzerland, so many more countries in addition to India. Ayurveda products are being exported to all over the world. Considering the strength of Indian traditional medicine, the WHO has decided to set up a WHO Global Center for Traditional Medicine in India. WHO DG has announced on 13th of November last year in the presence of our Honorable Prime Minister Sri Narendra Modi about this center. The proposed center will strengthen the efforts about evidence-based research, training, awareness about traditional medicine. Honorable PM of India, during the celebration of Ayurveda Day on 13th November, has welcomed this WHO initiative and mentioned that this center of traditional medicine would emerge as a center for global wellness and promote the development of medicines and research related to traditional medicine. Ministry of Ayush, Government of India has been undertaking various activities and measures at international level with the mandate to promote and popularize Ayurveda and Yoga and other Indian traditional system of healthcare across the globe. The Government of India has given focused attention to export of Ayurveda products as well as services. As an outcome of the united initiatives taken by the government, Ayurveda has gained popularity at global level, and the export of Ayurveda products as well as services has been increased in the recent years. I would like to mention the organizations like Council of Ayurveda Research and other NGOs and non-profit for their contribution into all such great efforts. India offers 104 scholarships every year to the eligible foreign nationals for pursuing undergraduate, postgraduate, and PhD courses in Ayush streams in premier institutes in India. We are also exploring the possibilities to provide this scholarship in more countries. It is already available for 99 countries. The national institutes as well research councils under the Ministry of Ayush, in collaboration with other reputed national and international organizations, are working on generating evidence for safety and efficacy of Ayurvedic interventions. Large number of high-impact research papers have been published in peer-reviewed international journals. I would like to mention here that the Government of India, we have an Ayush research portal. It is available. You type on Google Ayush research portal, you can reach there. There are more than 32,000 publications posted there, and the most of these are available in full text, and some of them are available as a abstract. It is in a searchable format, and it's a huge resource about the publications in the area of Ayush systems, including Ayurveda, Yoga, Unani, Siddha, Naturopathy, Homeopathy, and Sovarikpa. Ministry of Ayurveda, Ayush has international collaboration with many countries, universities, institutes around the world, including some of the institutes in USA, Canada, Germany, Australia, etc. in the field of Ayurveda. We have good examples of successful research to showcase strength of holistic approach in managing diseases. For instance, a study with Charité University, Germany on osteoarthritis successfully demonstrated how holistic approach can effectively manage it as compared to standard of care. We have recently initiated a collaborative study on rheumatoid arthritis. We call it AMRA study, and we are happy to get on board Dr. Daniel E. First, Emeritus Professor of Medicine, UCLA Health University, USA, in this study. This is a collaborative study with the Coimbatore-based Ayurveda Shala and Government of India, CCRAS. Recently, the University of Latvia also joined hands with CCRAS and to study personalized Ayurveda approach in management of diabetes. Here also we have partnership with Ayurveda Shala Coimbatore. Ministry of Ayush is developing quality standards of Ayush products as well as international standards, that is known as ISO standards, in collaboration with Europe, Indian standards. Development of such ISO standards are poised to augment the domestic as well as cross-border trade of Ayush products and services from India. I would be happy to inform you that to facilitate foreigners traveling to India to avail Ayurveda treatment, there is a Ayurveda treatment separate category under medical visa is now available, and people who is willing to come to India, this visa facilitation is already available. So this is one specific thing I wanted to mention. On behalf of the Government of India, I would like to assure full support to the world of Ayurveda. In managing the COVID-19 crisis, we all had a unique opportunity to steer the recovery towards a more sustainable and inclusive path. Ministry of Ayush is equipped with for providing appropriate response to the public health challenges through scientific communication, collaboration, evidence-based interdisciplinary research activities, and public healthcare delivery system. I would like to mention that to address the COVID crisis, we have constituted an interdisciplinary Ayush task force headed by Professor Bhushan Patwardhan, who was then UGC Vice Chairman, and it has a representation of scientists from all across the disciplines, and they have helped us to visualize, to standardize the protocols of different types of studies, and we were able to institute more than 127 studies at 152 locations. And the outcome is very impressive. For example, as of now, we have 20 manuscripts already published into high impact research journals, peer review journals. 7 publications are accepted for publication. Total manuscripts drafted 73. Out of that, in addition to these 27, there are 25 preprints available. So we are hoping that eventually through this exercise, we'll be able to reach to about 100 publications. And I would like to also reiterate that these studies were very robust. It was all done with the world-class kind of, standards and world-class protocols. And based on that, Government of India has also released National Clinical Management Protocol based on Ayurveda and Yoga for management of COVID-19. And also integrated post-COVID management guidelines also were issued. So this is first of its kind, which has happened at the federal government level. And then it was translated to the states. And there was large-scale implementation. The formulations of Ayurveda and other traditional medicines were also distributed on a very large scale across the country to improve immunity of people, and there were prophylactic studies also available. Considering the role of Ashwagandha, Vidania somnifera, is in making the immune system stronger, it has a consistent increase in the demand over the pandemic period. For example, Ashwagandha became one of the 3 top selling supplements in US recently. I'm glad to share that Ministry of Ayush has collaborated with the UK's London School of Hygiene and Tropical Medicine, LSHTM, to conduct a study on Ashwagandha for promoting recovery from COVID-19. This is a gold standard study, randomized, controlled, and double-blind study. And then and the cohort is also very big, like 2,000 volunteers. The successful completion of this trial could be a major breakthrough and will give scientific validity to this traditional approach of managing or having immunogenicity of Ashwagandha on or prophylaxis on Ashwagandha on COVID-19. Also, a multicentric study by CCRAS and CRD Pune, that is Center for Rheumatic Diseases Pune, on Ashwagandha in the prophylaxis against COVID-19 and its benefits on general health in high-risk healthcare workers. A randomized controlled comparison to demonstrate non-inferiority to HCQ, that is hydroxychloroquine sulfate, was also done. And we found that Ashwagandha is significantly safer and better tolerated and improved health measures. So just to show the wide acceptance of Ayush during the pandemic, I would like to also share a mobile application, Ayush Sanjeevani based impact assessment study by the ministry to study the effect of Ayush advisory and other Ayush interventions and practices during COVID-19. It has received overwhelming responses nationwide, and we were able to get roughly 13.5 million data sets from the population, which is more than 1% of the total population. And the study revealed that 85.1% of the respondents reported use of Ayush measures, including Ayurveda, Yoga, and other measures. And out of that, 89.8% respondents agreed to have benefited from the practice of Ayush advisory. So this is huge, and it is already published into one of the high impact journal, this study. One of the outcome of COVID-19 research is that we were able to repurpose Ayush 64, which is originally recommended for invented for the malaria, and then later it was repurposed for ILBS. And now we have seen a lot of different studies and we were able to see the effect of Ayush 64 on mild to moderate patients of COVID-19. So we have distributed it on a very large scale, and we found that Ayush 64 showed 91.1% people turned RT-PCR negative in less than 2 weeks. So that is kind of outcome. In the present context, there is a great scope of research in Ayurveda and other traditional systems of medicine on scientific parameters to evaluate the legitimate role of Ayurveda in primary healthcare and effective global healthcare delivery. Acharya Sushrut, in his first Compendium Chapter 4, mentioned that study of different or allied medical science should be done to improve the knowledge. Collaboration increases the probability that the knowledge, skills, and techniques required are going to be available within the collaborators, and therefore the time spent in learning information or skills is minimized. So this is what Sushruta said, that we need to think of consortium, of having different expertise. That is what we are doing into this consortium. I wish the organizers continued success in all their research endeavors, and I hope for the grand success and fruitful outcomes of this consortium. Thank you. Namaskar. My pranams.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much. I think Dr. Kotecha ji's address gives everybody the synopsis of so many things that Ayush Ministry has undertaken over the past several months, especially during the pandemic. Having been in Ayush for 13 years, I can certainly and I'm sure a lot of my esteemed colleagues will agree that what has happened ever since Dr. Kotecha ji has come as our special secretary, this is what he has done, what he has envisioned, what he has led, and what he has actualized is something probably that has not happened in the past couple decades. So he has really recharge the ministry, and it has been very helpful to have someone from our own fraternity at the helm of affairs, guiding the process passionately and with a vision, with a national vision. It has really transformed how Ayush Ministry is now being looked at. So I do not have enough words of appreciation for Dr. Kotecha ji, who has really really embodied and embraced this responsibility wonderfully. And it will take the whole session probably just to list everything that he has started, pioneered, and using technology, using existing methods, using modern methods, bridging the gaps. It's just wonderful, and it is a great inspiration to all of us, Kotecha ji. So thank you so much. We are continuously inspired. We watch from many miles across, but we are continuously inspired by how you are leading the whole Ayurveda fraternity to the next level continuously. So thank you so much for that. Thank you for your blessings always, and thank you for your support always. Really, really appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
We cannot do this without your blessings and support. So with that, I would like to invite Dr. Meenakshi, our board of director, to introduce our featured guest speaker, Professor Abhimanyu Kumarji. Dr. Meenakshi.
Thank you so much, Dr. Pratibha. So I'll start with Guru Brahma, Guru Vishnu, Guru Devo Maheshwara, Guru Sakshat Param Brahma, Tasmai Shri Guru Nama. To all the respected teachers present here today. And then I offered my salutation to my teacher, mentor, who is our featured speaker today. He's a Vice Chancellor of the Uttarakhand University in India. Precisely, he worked as a founder director of All India Institute of Ayurveda, New Delhi, served as a Director General of Central Council for Research in Ayurveda Science, New Delhi. And he's ex-visiting professor, Department of Neurology, Scott and White Hospital, School of Medicine, A&M University, Texas, USA. He's an author who has authored, edited 13 books, published 1 research papers in various scientific national and international journals. In addition, supervised 60 MD scholars, 10 PhD scholars, and completed 2 international collaborative research projects. He's also an academic expert for the curriculum designing for the PG diploma courses in Ayurveda, University of Debrecen, Hungary, and has chaired a subject committee for revising the syllabus of BMS MD for the Central Council for Indian Medicine. So please help me welcome our featured speaker and my beloved teacher, Professor Dr. Abhimanyu Kumar.
Thank you.
Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much, Dr. Meenakshi. Before I start, I think I must say thanks to the council for giving me this opportunity to share my views with all of you. As we know that what we are doing here in India related to research in Ayurveda, the road is little bit difficult in US and even in EU. So today I will just touch certain points that how we can proceed. Even we will see that what are the hurdles which we will face when we travel on this road of research in USA. So as we know that related to chronic diseases in America, 6 people out of 10, they are having one chronic disorder. And out of 10, 4 persons or the adults, they are having 2 or more chronic disorders. So in the present scenario of increasing incidences of various chronic diseases, mental health disorders, lifestyle disorders, and antibiotic resistance are a few examples of health issues in US and Europe. Another issue is related to the aging. So as you can see that for first time it is going to happen in US history that older adults are projected to outnumber children by 2034. So here another issue is that whatever health issues we are having, so that is covered with a big umbrella, and it will also be going to challenge the scientific personnel, the financial facilities of the existing healthcare system in any country. The same case is with the US also. So the strategy needs to develop that allow to manage the challenges or the changes by integrating Ayurveda with conventional medical system or as a standalone treatment. So this is possible only by having strong evidences through a high quality of research. So this presentation will aim to provide a research roadmap for clinical and epidemiological research for Ayurveda, appropriate for the health needs of Americans and European citizens, and also acceptable to national research institutes and healthcare providers. So there should be an evidence base that enables citizens to make informed decisions. That is very important about the use of Ayurveda, whether it may be the standalone or with the conventional medicine. So this is what this National Center for Complementary and Integrative Health perceives. So they say that Ayurveda medicine is effective in certain diseases, but that further requires a lot of research, scientific evidences. And according to this center, Right now, about 2,40,000 American adults, they are using Ayurvedic medicine. So this is the latest Ayurveda gains ground in US market on the strength of specific herbs. And it is happening during COVID period, the turmeric, boswellia, ashwagandha, and few other drugs. And this is a trend. We see that the market trend related to the global Ayurveda market. So it is the 21st, and it is the projected means for 2022, $9.7 billion. That is the projected market for Ayurveda drugs. So this is a somewhat comparative statement related to this global Ayurveda market based on certain regions, just like the North America, Europe, Asia Pacific, Middle East, Africa, and the South America. So just you can see that here, even it is a projected one for 2020 to 2026. So just see that even the North America, it is on top, and it is a projected, and this is the reality here. Even it is high if we compare to means other Europe, Asia Pacific, or Middle East market. So this is the wheel of health, how we can perceive. So that used to start with our mind, as we know that when we are healthy with our mind, it directly or indirectly affects the body system. And then other aspects are there, just like the mind-body connections, that nutrition, physical environment, the relationship, and then the last wheel is there that is concerned with some preventive aspect or conventional treatment, other camp treatments, some pharmaceuticals, and the supplements. So right from the center, we go to the periphery, and we can see that how the things are linked with the health of people, and same with the market. So the proposed roadmap will offer a strategic research agenda for the field of Ayurveda designed to address future healthcare challenges. In the matter of research methodology, Ayurveda research that should be carried out using all generally accepted scientific research methods and should be employed with the utmost diligence. Combined in the framework of mixed methods. So in this model, all available research strategy, including comparative effectiveness research using quantitative and qualitative methods, should be considered in order to secure the greatest density of the knowledge. It is proposed that some very specific core areas of research should be investigated in order to gain a strong knowledge base to allow stakeholders who make actually informed decisions. So in order to consider employing Ayurveda as a part of a solution to the healthcare, health creation, and self-care challenges, it is vital to obtain a strong picture of use of Ayurveda along with reliable research-based information about its safety, efficacy, and affordability. So the process of developing and evaluating a complex intervention has several phases. Although they may not follow a linear sequence, experimental designs are preferred to observational designs in most circumstances, but are not always practicable. So understanding process is important, but does not replace evaluation of outcomes. Complex interventions may work best if tailored to local circumstances. That is very important, rather than being completely standardized. Reports of studies should include a detailed description of the intervention to enable replication by other scientists, evidence synthesis, and wider implementation. So right now, what is happening? The people lab vision approach, and that is making this complex Ayurveda research less useful. Just like the 6 blind people, they are touching and defining elephant in a different way, but then not real elephant feature. So that is the scenario what is happening right now. So now the question is, what makes an Ayurveda intervention more complex? So number of interacting components within the experimental and control intervention, number and difficulty of behaviors required by those delivering or receiving the intervention, number of groups or organizational level targeted by the intervention, number and variability of outcomes, and the degree of flexibility or tailoring of the intervention permitted. So this is one example from a research paper from Professor Bhushan. So here is the example of Triphala, how the complex is there and how the linkage with target compound and target gene is there. Even you can see that in Triphala, though there are 3 drugs, it is a 3-drug combination, but it is having 23 compound predicted to have 65 common potential protein targets. So this is so complex. And just you can imagine when any compound which is having more than 2, 3, 4, or even 10, 15 drugs in that combination. So for developing and evaluation of a complex system, a good theoretical understanding is needed of how the intervention cause change so that weak links in the causal chain can be identified and strengthened. So lack of effect may reflect implementation failure rather than genuine ineffectiveness. A thorough process evaluation is needed to identify implementation process. So variability in individual level outcomes may reflect higher level process. Sample size may need to be larger to take account of extra variability and cluster randomized design considered. A single primary outcome may not make best use of data. A range of measures will be needed and unintended consequences picked up where possible. So ensuring strict standardization may be inappropriate. The intervention may work better if the specified degree of adaptation to local setting is allowed in the protocol, and that is very much required for Ayurveda drugs. But the practice is to develop intervention systematically using the best available evidences and appropriate theory, then to test them using a carefully phased approach, starting with a series of pilot studies targeted at each of the key uncertainties in the design, and moving on to an exploratory and then a definitive evaluation. So the results should be disseminated as widely, as persuasively as possible, with further research to assist and monitor the process of implementation. So these are 6 key areas which I identified, especially to work in US and EU. So first, maybe the prevalence, just to work on find out the prevalence of Ayurveda in USA and EU. Second, maybe the needs and attitudes of USA and EU citizens, patients, and providers. The safety of Ayurveda drugs. Fourth, maybe the comparative effectiveness, research, and health economics evaluation. Fifth, meaning and context factors in Ayurveda. And the sixth, model of Ayurveda integration into existing healthcare system. So it is a general framework for Ayurveda research, just like needed to enhance the value of research by allowing a a broader and more complete assessment of the evidence, use of quantitative research methods, qualitative research, and stakeholder involvement, Ayurveda modalities in the research areas, and research infrastructure. So this is a research choice and the research process union for Ayurveda, just like the outer cell is concerned with the research choices, and the inner one is concerned with the various research process. So the quantitative research methods with the purpose for accounting of for complexities in Ayurveda research, though the use of quantitative research methods. While in qualitative research in Ayurveda, for gaining a deeper understanding about the opportunities and challenges in Ayurveda for consumers, providers, and even for decision makers, and creating a comprehensive evidence base for Ayurveda product and services. Stakeholder involvement is very essential, and that is to ensure the integration of all relevant perspectives and stakeholder interest in the research agenda. Ayurveda modalities in the research area, so research has to consider the possible contribution of Ayurveda modalities to the US and EU health research priorities, therefore ensuring that the results are relevant for US and EU citizens. And the research infrastructure, so increased quality of Ayurveda research by provision of optimal environment, and the Ayurveda research infrastructure in US and EU designed to foster collaboration and research excellence. And that is what the Council for Research in Ayurveda in US is doing. So these are the key points for Ayurveda for research roadmap. So it is a sum of all the points which we discussed previously, because the time is short. So with these key points, I'm just going to summarize that research into Ayurveda will provide a broad but the relevant and comprehensive evidence base that enable American and European citizens and healthcare providers to come to informed decisions about utilization of Ayurveda for both the individuals and the society as a whole. So knowledge regarding safety, effectiveness, and cost effectiveness of Ayurveda is crucial to enable those decisions. Furthermore, these decisions need an overall research strategy for Ayurveda that is evidence-based and grounded in clinical practice. So it is evident from various studies that Ayurveda is frequently utilized for self-care and personal well-being. Self-care approaches will become increasingly important strategy as there are incidences of developing more comorbidities in an aging American and European population. With these words, I say thanks to all of you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. I'm just trying to find myself. Thank you so much, sir. I think Dr. Abhimanyu Kumar ji has hit the nail on the head on everything. I think, what are the key areas which are a priority or where US and EU are facing challenges, and what are the challenges between the two streams of care. Basically, they're looking for safety, they're looking for cost effectiveness, they're looking for any other advantages that a holistic modality like Ayurveda might bring in. And, I always like to say that Ayurveda brings in capacity building of the system, of the organs, of the human body itself. And that is where we differ from modern medicine in a very big way. There are many differences, but I think even if the end goal or outcome is the same, pain relief or disease alleviation, I think the capacity building is where we really score positively compared to modern medicine, where there is no capacity building, basically. So thank you so much, Abhimanyu Kumarji, because I think your presentation can become like a, guiding document for exactly what we were hoping to achieve. So we are certainly going to pick up some pearls of recommendations from your presentation. Thank you so much for your insightful talk. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
So now, before we start our speaker segment, I would like to request Dr. Meenakshi to play our platinum sponsor video, which is just 3 minutes. So if you could all bear, and Dr. Meenakshi is also going to thank our platinum sponsors before playing the video. Thank you, Dr. Meenakshi.
Thank you so much. So our heartfelt thank you to all of our sponsors, especially to our platinum sponsor, Ixorial Biomed.
For upwards of 4,000 years, ashwagandha root has been used in traditional Ayurvedic healing as a rasayana or life extender to bolster general health and well-being. Today, Ixorial Biomed has applied modern science and invested in full traceability to bring to market KSM 66 ashwagandha, the world's best ashwagandha. Quality starts in the fields, where Ixorial Biomed has more than 1,500 acres of ashwagandha under organic cultivation in the province of Rajasthan, selected for its optimal climate. Seeds are sown in August, and over the next 7 months, the plants will thrive in this semi-arid terrain. When the plant's leaves start to yellow, the roots are ready to be harvested, the levels of bioactive withanolides at their peak. The roots are transported to Ixorial's purpose-built production facilities outside of Hyderabad. One facility is dedicated to vegan production and delivers 15 tons per month of root extract. The other, which opened in 2016, produces 35 tons per month of the full-spectrum milk-treated ashwagandha root extract. It took Ixorial 14 years of R&D to perfect the green chemistry used for production, with no alcohol or chemical solvents in the process. Quality extract is not only brought to market, but provided to researchers around the globe as they corroborate the health benefits of ashwagandha root extract. With 15 studies published to date and another 8 ongoing, including one spanning 4 continents with more than 1,000 people, Ixorial is focusing its research on 2 benefits for the mind: cognitive focus and reducing stress and anxiety, and 2 for the body: physical performance and endurance, and sexual health for men and women. It also has an active R&D facility investigating other potential applications of ashwagandha. Researchers are isolating new bioactive compounds and working with universities to identify new areas of investigation. Ixorial Biomed emphasizes quality throughout its company. For example, it holds 24 certifications, from organic and non-GMO to ISO and GMP. The company also places great importance on service to its community. It invests in the villages around its farms, supporting schools and medical facilities, and providing a sustainable source of income. KSM 66 is considered a gift to the world, and the broader family of Ixorial Biomed invites you to discover the ashwagandha advantage.
Thank you, Dr. Meenakshi. So before we begin the speakers segment, my humble request to all participants, please keep your audios and videos off. It's very disruptive when we have speakers rendering their thoughts. So very, very humble request, please keep your audio and video off unless you are the speaker. And I'll also just take a couple minutes to talk about our regular activities, which you can join. You can also join as member. So a very quick overview of that. So let me start by membership. Membership is very nominal. It's there just to create a database for us who all are willing to connect with our mission and vision. For example, the student membership is only $15 for the whole year, and for INR it's only 600 rupees for the whole year. So very nominal joining fee. So my request is go to our website, click on the country flag. Right now we have US and India. Hopefully if we can get other countries involved, we have a lot of interest. Hopefully we will have a bigger team to be able to do justice to requests from other countries. So please, if you are in another country and if you're willing to help form a sister entity in your country, please do reach out, ayurvedaresearchusa@gmail.com. We are also holding monthly journal club meetings and global webinars. So 2 events monthly here in US and 2 in India. So 4 events per month. You can join, you can start getting your feet wet, how to critically read papers, scientific papers, and still you can read the scientific papers with a critical eye, which is how you practice getting past what seems to be a fact. So honing that scientific and critical thinking is really something that Journal Club brings about. So Journal Club meetings, please check us out. Our Journal Club meetings as well as global webinar meetings are on YouTube. Find us by Council for Ayurveda Research. You can watch all our recordings. We've just started the YouTube channel this year. Early this year, we already have 200 plus subscribers. So if you're there, please like, subscribe, share, comment. And we are on social media. You can check the chat box for our social media details and handles. And last but not the least, no nonprofit can run without volunteers. So please do email us if you can volunteer. We have a beautiful team, but we are just few, and it takes a village to run a nonprofit. So please do email us. We need you. Thank you. Now we are going to begin the speaker segment, and we have a galaxy of speakers. Every speaker is very accomplished, very experienced, have a lot of accolades. We, unfortunately, for timekeeping, we have had to condense the illustrious bios. So please excuse our liberty that we have taken to condense the bios of amazing bios. We were constrained by time, so apologies for that. So with that, I'm going to introduce our first speaker, Dr. Jeffrey D. White, who is an MD. He's a board-certified medical oncologist and a cancer researcher. From 1998, Dr. White served as an oncology consultant to the director of the NIH office, NIH's National Institute of Health, Office of Alternative Medicine. Since 1998, he's serving as director of the Office of Cancer Complementary and Alternative Medicine at the National Cancer Institute. So Dr. White, again, apologies. I had to condense your very illustrious bio. If you would like to add anything, please, you can go ahead. Dr. White will be presenting on the National Cancer Institute's complementary and alternative medicine research activities related to traditional medicine. Welcome, Dr. White.
Thank you. I'll share my screen here.
Let me make you co-host.
Okay.
Yes. Thank you. Go ahead.
Okay. Okay. Great. All right. Thank you, Dr. Shah. I appreciate this opportunity to meet with your organization and to also to connect with some colleagues that I've had opportunities to dialogue with in the past. Excuse me. I really do view this as a tremendous opportunity, and I think you'll see as I present that the timing of this meeting is incredible for the things that we are hoping to do over the next several months and years. So I'll get started, and I will try to stay within my time. What my goal of this presentation is to give you an introduction to the NCI and the CAM-related activities that we do there or that we support, and and also to give you some sense of my strong interest in traditional medical systems and trying to support work related to that. I hope that through the conference, which I'll be able to attend intermittently throughout the course of the next couple of days, to get people sort of interest piqued into doing research that relates to cancer for those that aren't currently doing it, and for those that are active in it now, I hope that we will have an opportunity to make a connection that we can follow up on with in the future. All right, so let me go to my next slide. It's a little bit of a delay. Okay, so for the term complementary and alternative medicine, just to quickly, this is the way we look at it. Actually, I want to just say that from our perspective at the Cancer Institute or at the NIH, we're interested in what's researched at, what's complementary and alternative medicine research. And frankly, as you all are with regard to Ayurveda. And it's interesting that that is not as straightforward a definition as, well, first of all, the complementary and alternative medicine is not a very straightforward definition. But when you start thinking about what is CAM-related research, then it's even a little bit more difficult to pin down. But these are just the basic areas of complementary and alternative medicine, and that you've probably seen many, many times in the past. And alternative medical systems, obviously, is the one that we're most focused on with Ayurveda and today. But just these other topics, many of which are embedded within Ayurveda. But I want to say that we do recognize that the system of Ayurveda is something more than just its individual components. And that raises the biggest challenge, I'd say, from an NIH research support point of view, which we'll get into a little bit later. So I'm at the National Cancer Institute. As many of you may know, it's part of the National Institutes of Health. It's the largest of the institutes there. The pictures that you see, the one on the left is actually a clinical center in Bethesda, Maryland, which I spent many years there. When I first started as a fellow in the lab and doing clinical work as well. But now I'm in the, well, not now I'm at home because of the COVID situation. But what you see on the right is the NCI's Shady Grove campus. And that is where much of the National Cancer Institute is now. It's about 10 minutes away from by car from the Bethesda campus. And NCI is, as you see, we coordinate a portfolio of research that goes across all these areas related to cancer, from its cause, the prevention, detection, diagnosis, treatment, rehabilitation, and control. My office is, as Dr. Shah mentioned, was established 23 years ago, almost coming up in October. You know, it doesn't seem that long ago, actually, but in one way. In another way, it actually does. But there's been a lot of experiences that we've developed over the years. I won't have a chance to tell you all of that. But I'm the only director that's so far for this office. We are in the Division of Cancer Treatment and Diagnosis. which may not mean that much to you, but it is, we originally were in the office of the director so that we could work with all the different divisions. And we still do some work with the prevention and the biology divisions and the cancer control and population sciences, and to some degree, the intramural research program, which I'll tell you a little bit about. But we are in the cancer treatment and diagnosis, and that does constrain our portfolio of research some. These are our program areas you see there. We have research portfolio, that's the first one. We have a communications and outreach program that's basically our website and some other activities that I'll show you. We have a case review and intramural science program, which I probably won't say anything about, just don't have time. And the international collaborations, which is the main thing that we're gonna talk about. This is our mission to improve the quality of care of cancer patients, as well as those that are suffering from cancer and those who are recovering from cancer treatment, and the rest of it. Actually, it's somewhat blocked by on my screen. So internationally, I'll say, so our international work really doesn't date all the way to 90, well, on some level it does, back to the very early times. But most of the kind of work that we're doing now originated maybe around 2006 and was initiated with several collaborations we had with China. And that's why you see these different China groups here. But we've developed, and it was mostly around, has been mostly around screening, anti-cancer screening. We've been basically bridge builders and collaborators pulling together groups from that have interesting products from traditional medical systems that might warrant investigation as a potential anti-cancer therapies. Yeah, the National Cancer Institute has something called the NCI 60 cell line screen, which you see there under extracts and purified compounds. This is an established screen that anyone can submit products to for evaluation for direct anti-cancer activity. And we have helped to connect these various groups that are listed here with the lab that does that work. So that was it's been a large part of what we've done. The other part has been connecting with the China Academy for Chinese Medical Sciences, which again goes back that far, 15 years now, when they first came to the NIH and met with us, and we developed a meeting with them, invited over 100 of their investigators to come to the United States. And we had a meeting at the NIH. And from that, actually, we developed a relationship that was focused around bringing postdoctoral students from their institutions to work in labs at the Cancer Institute. And these are pictures of some of them and lists of some of the publications that have come out of this. And basically, the goal was to bring them, have them choose a topic that relates to work that's relevant to the what's happening in their institution, and that could be extended in the laboratory, either through generally through identifying mechanisms of action of certain natural products. That's what you'll see here. It's been a fantastic experience for us to meet these young physicians, scientists, and to help them in the process of developing their careers. And they all go back to their institutions and further establish their research careers. A little bit about our portfolio, the NCI's portfolio of research that relates to Ayurveda, or Indian medical system, or Indian medicine. And these are just some examples. I chose them basically because they do actually reflect the kind of diversity that's in the portfolio, which is limited, I'd say. I mean, and it is, even the research that relates to traditional Chinese medicine is limited. But here you see several or a few herbs or components from herbs, and some mind-body systems, yoga, and meditation. And what you don't see is whole systems assessments of the impact of the Ayurveda as an entire system. And because of its tremendous challenge, I'd say, to accomplish that kind of research, that's one reason. The other is that the level of awareness of Ayurveda in cancer research, I'd say, is relatively low in the United States, at least compared to Chinese medicine. Okay, so our connections to India really started around 2015, when the minister of Ayush came, I believe maybe the secretary of Ayush came to visit the NIH campus, and visited several of the institutes, including the National Cancer Institute. We had an opportunity to meet at the time the group that came with him and tell them about what our activities were and our interests were. And from that, the decision was to have a joint meeting in the following year, which is this meeting which you see the sign for, that happened in Delhi in March of 2016. This was a very excellent meeting, and we had an opportunity in the few days before that to meet, to visit several institutions throughout India, and to get a sense of what the kinds of work were happening that was related to cancer. And so at this meeting, I had an opportunity to meet Dr. Abhimanyu Kumar and to visit the Ayurvedic Institute of Institute of Ayurvedic Sciences, or I've forgotten, sorry, the exact title. And various other places. We had from that an opportunity to work together on a paper that was published in the Journal of Global Oncology. And as you see, that's here. We had authors from the US. When we brought with us 4 extramural researchers, because we wanted that were doing work that was relevant to Ayurveda. And their names are listed here, along with Ayush representatives. This was, as I point out, a very good meeting. We had opportunities to identify, we had breakout sessions in which we learned about much of the potential of what Ayurveda could do and what it was doing in cancer. And I commend this paper to you for your review and assessment. Further, what we've done this is our website. See, I think, again, it's so obscured from my view, but it's cam.cancer.gov, and is the URL. And this is our basic outreach to communications outreach. And what you see under new highlights there is the virtual meeting for the international meeting that we had last October. This meeting, let's see why I'm not, okay, there we go. This meeting, the International Perspective in Integrative Oncology for Cancer Prevention and Cancer Patient Management. So this was our attempt to work with the Center for Global Health at the National Cancer Institute. Actually, they were the lead group on this. We also worked with the National Center for Complementary and Integrative Health, with the Fogarty Institute, or Fogarty International Center, which is another part of the NIH, and with the World Health Organization, the International Association for Research in Cancer, various groups to think about what is the potential for integrative oncology in internationally in research. And I think I probably need to speed up my presentation. So we have, that was the meeting that we had. the other session that, that led us then further into establishing a letter of intent with the CCRAS, which we now have established with Dr. Shrikant's group. And we are moving forward with trying to develop new activities with that group. So another thing I wanted to tell you about, and many of you may know about the Society of Integrative Oncology, has a meeting next week. It's here in nearby in Baltimore. And I think that is a good organization for you to connect with. I hope perhaps they have, I think your missions align quite well. And one of the things that they are able to do is to influence the guidelines with regard to cancer treatment that have been accepted by the American Society of Clinical Oncology. And they have been able to show the level of evidence for various approaches that could be used in cancer management, breast cancer in this particular situation. And these guidelines have been endorsed by the American Society of Clinical Oncology. The last thing I want to tell you about is our information development. So the NCI has something called the Physician's Data Query. This is the information platform for developing, providing information on different topics. And one of the editorial boards, the one you see at the bottom, is for complementary and alternative medicine, or actually it's called integrative alternative and complementary therapies. So we develop summaries of the literature on various topics that are relevant to that area. That's the URL down there. And this is our editorial board, which I want to point out a couple of our members that you may be familiar with who have deep backgrounds in Ayurveda, Sangeeta Agrawal and Baswati Bhattacharya. They're both members of our editorial board, and which we have a meeting actually today. That's my presentation. I hope it's been of interest to you, and I look forward, if we have time for any questions, but I certainly would look forward to further interactions with you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. White. Yeah, thank you. Dr. Vanda, please go ahead.
Thank you, Dr. White. It was a wonderful presentation. It was a review that made us think that, yes, we are lacking in the field of research where cancer is concerned. Ayurveda needs a lot to go. And we saw that Chinese system of medicine is way ahead. There are dialogues going on, and there is much to do in future. And we are very hopeful. Thank you so much for your presentation. Now I invite Dr. Ravi Narayan Acharya. Dr. Ravi Narayan Acharya is a professor of Dravyagun, Ayurveda Pharmacology at Gujarat Ayurveda University at Jamnagar, where he has been a faculty since 2007 and currently working as dean with more than 27 years of teaching experience in the field of research. He has published more than 290 research articles, 5 books, served at Indira Gandhi National Open University, Ayush, Government of India, WHO, and pharmacovigilance at Geneva at different capacities. The title of his presentation today is Management of Chronic Pain with Jal Prakshalan, Water Wash, Shodhit Processed Bhanga Cannabis Sativa in Cancer Patients with Deprived Quality of Life, an open-label single-arm clinical trial. I invite you, Dr. Ravi Narayan Acharya, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Bandana. Am I audible?
Yes, sir. You are good. Please.
Yes, you are. And very quickly, we'll take all questions in the end. So, Dr. White, if you want to finish and come back, that would also be nice. Thank you.
So now the slide share, madam. Now slide share mode. Okay. So at the outset, I thank the Council of Ayurveda Research for giving me a permission, opportunity to share my views. As the organizers want that some practical utility presentations are their prime demand. So considering that, I am here to share my experience of one of our research project, where one of our PhD research project, where Dr. Swagata Taure, one of the PhD scholar, she worked, and this work was carried out in collaboration of Central Council of Research Ayurveda Sciences, Mumbai unit. And as we know, dear friends, pain is the common symptoms of the cancer and its therapies. And the complex, the management is of the cancer management is very complicated, and particularly the quality of life. But the post-chemotherapy patients, they are having the quality of life to manage that. We thought one of the most emerging drugs now used worldwide, but in India, due to its legal complications, particularly not complications, but legal provisions, this drug is not much explored, though this drug has been well described in the classical text of Ayurveda. And we thought to have a drug of choice of that, and particularly in the Ayurvedic way, that is, as cannabis is itself comes under the CDD1 drug, and classical text of Ayurveda describe different methods of sodhana of bhanga. But when we do the literature review, we found that the drug, cannabis, the wonder drug, was ethnomedicinal. So when we carried out the study of more than 200 research papers, all these articles were searched. For that particular, we found there are 439 clinical research carried out on cannabis or different phytoconstituents of its phytoconstituents across the globe. And there are 732 research studies. And particularly when we categorize this ethnomedicinal claims, review a robust literature review, we found that cannabis is being indicated traditionally for in the ethnomedicinal class for 67 disease conditions. And out of them, 65 are internal and 629 are external applications. To our surprise, when we found the review of the ingredients containing bhanga as one of the ingredients in different compound formulations, we found that in the classical text of Ayurveda, there are 385 formulations which contain bhanga as an ingredient. Out of them, major ingredient are 160 and minor ingredient, another one of we called in Ayurveda, Mukhya Dravya and Gauna Dravya. At the Gauna Dravya, it is 85, but in a major ingredient in 116 formulations, this is. And this drug is also used as a Bhavana Dravya, that is navigating unit, in 163 formulations, and it's indicated. These formulations, bhanga containing formulations, are indicated in 56 disease conditions. And this, those formulations are in 24 dosage forms. And this drug is also used as a Anupana in 49 49 formulations. It is being used as a Anupana. And as we all know, bhanga is used for the different purposes in the socio-economical, as a dietary item, as a medicine, as a cosmetics, and particularly in Ayurveda as an Anupana Dravya. And for this purpose, we reviewed near about 96 classical texts of Ayurveda, and we have published 2 to 3 articles on that, 3 articles which is available in the public domain. And as regards the bhanga, it is in Ayurveda, it is a drug of choice, very highlighted for its Dipana Pachana, Grahi, Medhya, Shukrada, Vajikarana, and Rasayam. And so, as I told, near about 60 disease condition cluster of symptoms at a time. Bhanga is one of them. It has been well reported in the management of post-chemotherapy, post-radiation therapy, and induced side effects, and many other diseases like rheumatoid arthritis, Parkinsonism, epilepsy, and bipolar disorders, and including the appetite loss in HIV. Chronic use, as we know, bhanga is a scheduled drug, and it has been known for its psychotropic effects. But at the same time, there is no research find till we took the project that what is the recommended sodhana method of bhanga. After adopting the sodhana method of bhanga and make them implemented clinically, what is the effect? Though classical text of Ayurveda and traditional text, certain traditional text, they recommend 4 different methods of shodhana. One is jala nimajjana, that is immersion. Another is jala prachalana, that is washing. And another is boiling with cow's milk, and boiling with trituration, and boiling and trituration with bubble water, Acacia arabica roots. And basing upon all these findings, we found that to boost our Ayurvedic pharmacopoeia, the recommended methods of pharmacopoeia, Ayurveda, that is jala nimajjana, we have a research question. Does recommended Shodhita Bhanga, if I recommended Shodhita Bhanga is effective in improving the quality of life and pain management in cancer patients? And we have a hypothesis based on which we aim that to evaluate the analgesic potential of water wash, that is jala prachalana, processed cannabis leaves powder in cancer patients with deprived quality of life through open label single arm clinical trial. And as this is a legal drug, and we took the project in the state of Gujarat and also in the state of Maharashtra. We carried out the study at the Mumbai Center of CCRS. We took the permission, all the legal permissions were taken from the concerned government. That is, we collected the plant from Haridwar. We took the permission from the state of Gujarat and our typical permission from our pharmacy of the institute. Then only we got the license, and we have the IC approval of both Podar Ayurveda College, Podar Center of CCRS, and CTI. This study was made registered in the CTRI. That what I mean to say, we follow all the normal standard clinical guidelines of good clinical practice. And these are the 2 methods. We carried out the study in both 4 methods. We carried out for the phytochemical, analytical, every profile, and all the articles published are in public domain. And this is the water wash method, that is jala prachalana, where the bhanga leaves are supposed to be kept overnight, and then it is to be filtered and fried with ghee. That is one method. And we adopted a method, that is jala prachalana methods, where bhanga leaf was tied in a cloth and it was washed in a pottery form, and it was washed with water until there is particularly the classical guidelines that we have to wash the bhanga till the green color is removed. That is a very simple method. So we do these methods, and that final product we make it dry and took as a drug. And in this study, the study was open label, single arm clinical study, and it's being only the limited number of patients. We categorized a pilot study, and the study was continued for more than 9 months duration, considering the patient's availability, all these things. And that is the test drug, which was processed cannabis leaf powder, and we administered the drug in 250 milligram dose, filled in a powder form, filled in a capsule, and along with the patients were advised to took cow's milk and sugar, 50 ml of cow's milk, and approximately half a teaspoon of sugar there. And the drug was administered thrice daily, 9 a.m., 3 p.m. and 9 p.m. And the duration of the study was 1 month. And after withdrawal, because the bhanga is known for, cannabis is known for adaptive effect. So withdrawal effect of assessment was 7 days, follow-up period was 7 days for that. And for the study, institutionally diagnosed cancer patients, patients willing to participate in the trials, patients of either sex, 18 to 70 years, patients undergoing any type of standard palliative cancer treatment were included, and patients with systematic diseases like uncontrolled hypertension, diabetes, heart, hepatic renal dysfunctions were excluded, and just like pregnancy, breastfeeding women, patients with inability to comprehend and complete the study assessment as per instructions, were also those patients who are not willing, and those patients who are not outdoor patients and not attend the OPD regularly, they were excluded from the study. And we enrolled, there are about 37 patients, and 13 patients were dropped out, and 24 patients completed the study. Though the sample size calculation, by applying the rare disease formula, 20 was the sample size calculation approved by the ethics committee. And the region of dropout maximum undergoing chemotherapy, radiation, surgery, and long distance in the Mumbai some distance patients did not used to come. So after 1 or 2 weeks of treatment, they dropped out. They were dropped out. And the assessment finally comes to the result. The result we follow all the international criteria for the assessing the pain, and the first was around on Baker's FACS scale, and there the 1 to 10, 0 to 10, that is 0, 2, 4, 6, 8, and 10. The criteria was there, and we found a significant result, but though not statistically the highly significant, but a significant result we observed in that case in the pain management, and particularly the neuropathic pain. In the neuropathic pain scale, that is another internationally accepted guidelines for measuring the pain. There, that 10 objects out of that hot, dull, dull, cold, sensitivity, itchy, unpleasant, deep, and softest. Out of them, the first 7, that is the intense, sharp, hot, dull, cold, and itchy, to characterize the patient's pain, and the word sensitive to describe the patient's pain reaction to light, touch, and clothing. 1 point describes the time of quality of the pain, and where are the last deep and sharpest. So in all these cases, particularly, we got significant result except the itchy symptoms. In all cases, we got significant, statistically significant result in neuropathic pain management scale. And the second criteria of our assessment of quality of life, where the quality of life also assessed through internationally accepted guideline, that is your FACG, where the 3, particularly the 4, what one was the physical well-being, which was also have the 7-point criteria. Then social well-being, social and family well-being, that is also having 7 criteria, and also emotional well-being, that is also having 5 criteria, and functional well-being, that is having 7 criteria. So all these G scales, following the international standard guideline, we observed that the quality of life after administering the drug was statistically also improved, except the social well-being, where we found that social well-being, that the questionnaires such as I feel close to my friends, I get emotional support of my family, I get support from my friends, my family has accepted my illness, I am satisfied with family communications about my illness. All these things we get some not very effective result assessment there, but other cases, the Bhanga test drugs provide a good statistically significant result. The last point of our study, that is your performance, that was also carried out following international standard of ECOP WHO Dubar score, and that is ECGO, that is your Eastern Cooperative Oncology Group, that what the criteria, and the Consortium guidelines. There also we observed significant result in that criteria also in the performance scale. Lastly,
2 minutes to wrap. Huh?
Yeah. Lastly, we have 19 criteria for the post-assessment. Stopping, there are 19 criteria, and for the kind information of the audience, we found that in the post also, if that is not at all moderately and extremely, we found our drug, particularly the Bhanga, provide this significant after the post study we tell within the 3.3. In the 10th scale, Bhanga provided 0.3, that is a good result we observed in this clinical trial. So, going to the discussion, that is, we know that cannabis is well reported analgesic, antipyretic, aphrodisiac activities, and in modern science also. And for your kind information, dear participants, that in this study we withdraw all the patients were withdrawn from our morphine. So there, these drugs provide a good result. In conclusion, administration of water processed cannabis leaves powder 250 milligram dose with 50 ml of cow's milk provided good result without dependency and withdrawal. The processed cannabis has significantly improved the quality of life of a cancer patient. I thank the organizer, and we need for the further scope, this drug though this is the Schedule E1 drugs, this drugs needs to be studied, and some pharma companies should come up, and some pharma companies are coming up since last 4 years. We are in touch with many companies, and they are coming up with different formulations, and hope Ayurveda can serve the society with particularly quality of deprived life with this drug Bhanga in future. This drug article was published there. Thanks a lot.
You are on mute, Dr. Pratibha, you are on mute.
Thank you so much, Dr. Abhinarayan Acharya ji. This was an amazing study, and I think cannabis is emerging even in the West as a therapeutic intervention for many different conditions. So I think this is very timely. And also, the results of your study are statistically significant. That is an important point to note as well, even though sample size was small, but it was sufficient for your study. So I hope Dr. White was able to listen to your presentation. Otherwise, I know we also have Dr. Julia from National Cancer Institute. So I hope we will be able to share your presentation with them. So thank you so much once again. Thank you. Our next speaker is Dr. Balram Singh ji. Dr. Balram Singh ji, let me add you here. Welcome, Dr. Balram Singh ji. It's a pleasure to see you here again with us. Dr. Balram Singh ji and myself, we are kind of not immediate neighbors, but we are in the same state. So we are still much closer than maybe other board members and attendees. So thank you so much. Good to see you here. So let me introduce Dr. Balram Singh ji, and again with apologies because we had to condense his very long list of accolades and accomplishments and credentials. So Dr. Balram Singh ji has been a professor since 1990 and Henry Dreyfus Teacher Scholar since 1997 at UMass Dartmouth until 2014, and at the Institute of Advanced Sciences, INADS, Dartmouth, Massachusetts. He is also an adjunct professor at the School of Sanskrit and Indic Studies, JNU, India, and is chairman, Boston Center of Excellence for Health and Human Development. So with this very brief introduction, Dr. Balram Singh ji, welcome. Please share your thoughts.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Pratibha ji. Yes, we have been, I mean, there is a time and a space in Ayurveda, and while the space may be a little bit different for all of us who are attending this, but this technology has removed that. And that's the very Ayurvedic, I think, concept, although even though people might think that we are not able to meet physically, but the fact that we are able to remove the time and space barrier helps us a lot in doing this. And so, and of course, we have been mentally together with you for a long time about Ayurveda, and thank you very much for that collegiality that we have been able to maintain for the last, maybe 20 years or so. And being in the Boston area is very helpful. So it's great. It's great to see, and I'm very, very happy to share some of my thoughts. I've been listening to some of the discussions and this initiative that you have for this Council on Ayurvedic Research, and the further plans is laudable, and it will only help. So with that, I'd like to share a few slides. I just want to, the programmatic things, I was listed at 11 o'clock and the next speaker is 11:20. So I'm assuming I have 40 minutes now. Just kidding. I don't think.
No, unfortunately. Sorry.
No, I mean, I was supposed to start at 11, so I'm starting early. So I thought, I'm getting double time. No, I don't think so. So I will try to finish in 20 minutes.
Balram ji, 15 minutes, but yeah, speaker time is 15 minutes, but please go ahead.
Okay, yeah, 15 minutes, fine. I'll do that in 15 minutes. Let's see, it's 10:40 about. So yeah, so this is great. I've been very fascinated with Ayurveda. I'm basically a biochemist, and I'm interested in drug development of the different kind, not Ayurvedic kind in general. And so I find it very fascinating. And the fact that it is being celebrated, this conference is also as part of Amrit Mahotsav, which is 75 years of India's independence. And I think Ayurveda can play a major role. It has played a major role in the past, and it can play a major role in the future. And the connection with United States is as a free country, and many things that comes with the system is going to be very helpful. So with that, I'm going to speak about bhasma, which is an Ayurvedic metallic mineral preparation treated with herbal juices or decoctions and exposed to a certain quantum of heat. This is the official definition of it. Perputa system of Ayurveda, and widely recommended for treatment of many disease conditions. Not very well understood actually, but bhasma are claimed to be biologically produced nanoparticles, and which are prescribed with several other medicines of Ayurveda. This is very important, that generally bhasma is a part of formulation, not by itself, although some places it has been used by itself. So it's been very fascinating. And when I was a director of Center for Indic Studies, and coming from chemistry department, there were several calls about how the Ayurveda is being banned and because of heavy metals, and it's not actually it's toxic rather than being any kind of medical use of it. That happened about 15 years ago, and so I decided to do some research myself. I got a bunch of my colleagues, and I had a PhD student to get on it, and so what we are presenting today is that result. So we did cellular toxicity because Ayurvedic doctors know that they have been treating patients with bhasma, and they are all alive, and at least there is no toxicity. So we wanted to understand biochemistry of it, discussion that has been since the very beginning of the inauguration session of this. There is a lack of science, and it's not that Ayurveda is not a science, but science has developed a very different kind of language, and so we need to speak that language of science for Ayurveda to be understood. Ayurveda does not, in my opinion, need to be changed. It needs to be developed, but it does not need to be changed. And but it needs to be understood. And so we adopted a modern scientific language of working with cells and molecules. And so the first thing was to find out was to see whether this really has toxicity. Caco cells are very common cells. These are intestinal cell system that very commonly used for testing toxicity, drug toxicity, including cancer drugs that people use this system. So we use this well-established system that was used in my lab for other things. So we use that, and we found actually no toxicity at all using commercial bhasma. We use commercial bhasma, and we bought it from Baidyanath and I think another group, and we found no toxicity. Do not have results to show it. We did create nanoparticles of silver, because this is Rajat bhasma that we tried, and we used nanoparticles made in the lab of Professor Yaswant Pathak in University of South Florida, and we tested that. That was very toxic. So I think concern is important, but the result needs to be, one has to see what you really find. So we found that no toxicity. I had, like Pratibhaji mentioned, that I have a very broad discussion about this and have a large presentation, but I'm going to bring in some simple things so that at least give the impression to the community, Ayurvedic community, that there is science, modern science behind some of the Ayurvedic observations and practices. And so I'm just jumping into this proteomic analysis using this nanoparticles. So we did 2D gel electrophoresis, we did confocal spectroscopy, we did Western blot to find out gene expression, protein expression, and the changes in the protein's arrangements, and post modification of the post-translational modification of the proteins, and or for functional modification of the proteins happening inside the cell. So in gene expression, we found, as you can see, we found the control on the left and the treated on the right. So that you see the change. You know, it won't mean anything unless you really, some of you are interested in this field and maybe familiar with this, 2D gel electrophoresis. And this helps identify where the differences are. And we can identify those proteins. We collaborated with a scientist in Centers for Disease Control who did mass spec to find out what these differences are, which proteins are what. And then we were able to come up with a list of proteins that are being involved in various functions. And those are the ones which are changing. And some of them are very important. And one of them is important thing is actin. Actin is a protein that keeps the cells in place. It's part of cytoskeleton, and also it allows, it's almost like opening the framework. You know, you have other things to do that, but you know, it's like a door. It helps the door. It's like a door hinge. And so it allows cells to move back and forth. And we found that that is affected by the treatment of bhasma. And so we started looking into as to what that might be doing. And we looked up under microscope, atomic force microscopy, confocal, and then we found actually the controls, the cells are very widely spread and very well connected with actin. The actin is the green one in there. And then when you do the treatment with bhasma, the green thing goes down, the actin is somehow less expressed or less active. And so what does that mean, you know, when that is the case? We also did with some other protein, another protein called ZO1, which is also involved in the movement of the cells and almost like an oscillation of cell, you know, where the cell expands or oscillates like cell, and that is part of the biology. And we found that also being affected by bhasma. And so what it leads to, cells and cell neighbors, they work together. And depending on what drug you're taking, if you're taking, for example, cancer drugs, or even in food, when you're having the food has all kind of thing in it. A lot of things are not very good for our health. And so before they even get to the system like liver, where there is a problem, liver has to deal with all kind of toxic material. The cells they have their system to reject something that is too foreign. They're not evolved with it. So then they're rejected at the cellular level. The cell itself tries to take in, and it let it go back. And but then there are certain things which it wants more of it, and the process going through the cell is called transcytosis. It's very slow. But if you need something fast, then it opens the space between the two cells and our cell junctions, and then that allows things to go faster. So what this bhasma is doing is bypassing this transcytosis slow process. It affects this actin and other tight junction protein like ZO1 and opens the cell junction for paracellular transportation of medicine. So this is kind of helping the medicine to go through. And then what we need to find out, what else does it do? So this is something that, you know, some gene expression, and you can see some proteins are not expressed that much, and then it allows to open this. But there are other minute regulations of this process, and this is tight junctions proteins are involved. One of them is phosphorylation, and so we wanted to look at what bhasma is doing to that mechanism. So it's fine-tuning it within Rajat bhasma. And so we found, as you can see in the control and the bhasma treated, you see the phosphorylation goes up, and that is part of the regulation of this thing very minutely. So it will not allow any bhasma will not go unless you have certain treatment. Different kind of bhasmas. We have only tried Rajat bhasma. The different kind of bhasmas will do different kind of activity. So that we need to understand. Our lab is just opening the door to look at the molecular level as to what is going on, so that people can understand the science. NIH will be very pleased to see that more people do research like this, and then we can provide a solid basis, robust analysis of what really is going on. So what we found in summary of that results is that we have ZO1, I showed that result. I showed some results on actin, and there is another protein called claudin. I would not be presenting that data. We do have some data on that also. And then what happens is our model to say that phosphorylation of these proteins and their physical disturbances, conformational changes occur in that. So they open this door. And so that there's a huge coordination of this. And then the door does not open just simply, but it has to go through the conformational change and also chemical modifications like post-translational modification like phosphorylation. And that does coordination of this beautiful coordination. And I think this is a very isolated system. We are only using bhasma. We are not using any formulation. In the formulation, I'm assuming, and then there was this presentation of complexity of Ayurvedic system that is involved in its function that needs to be established, which is not very routine for FDA or modern medicine's idea of one molecule, one drug, one gene, one disease, those kind of, because those are made not because they are really true, but they are made because they're convenient to think like that. And Ayurveda is very holistic system. So we need to think of many things at the same time. So these are some of those steps that are going on. And so we also looked at that directly under atomic force microscopy, that really there is a space being created. And so once we understood that this is happening, there is a scientific, biochemical, molecular, biological basis of this, then, and you can see directly. So then we want to see what's the use of it. Can we use it other than what Ayurveda people use? Because I think that will verify, that will certify that it can be, this is a technology, this is a science that can be used for other things also. And so we use this for something that I work with, botulinum toxins, more commonly known as Botox. And so I know this is not the Botox experiment that I did, but we have the single cell system in which we can add something to test whether they can go across the cell. So we made a doctor bond, which is detoxified recombinant botulinum neurotoxin, which can act as a vaccine, for example, or anything else. But we just had this, and we wanted to see this is kind of a system that most people are familiar with because of Botox. We tried to do that, and we found that within 24 hours, you can see the control and bhasma treated. This drug gets delivered very, very well across the single layer. So that means this system can be used to deliver other kind of drugs, and we need to understand more about it so that we can have a specificity of some kind, and it can be used. We are actually we have looked into some cancer drugs, how they can be delivered, because problem with the cancer treatment, with the chemical treatment of chemotherapy, is that you have to put a lot of that drug, because like I said, the intestinal mucosal barrier rejects it. And so as a consequence, people have problem with their microbiome. And so that causes a lot of problem in physiology and metabolism. So if we had bhasma as a drug delivery system, that will be much easier on the body. So we think this acts as a bioenhancer, and its utility can be beyond just Ayurvedic formulations. It could be used in modern medicine and many places where we do not have any solutions, for example, cancer drug delivery. I think bhasma can be very useful. And since we have so many types of bhasma, we can look into those possibilities. My time is running out, but I just wanted to talk a little bit about this Amrit Mahotsav, because we are talking about India and the world, and India is independent. And so Bhasma is technology. I recruited a professor from JNU in Sanskrit who was able to work with me about translating some of the Ayurvedic texts. And I also recruited my colleagues, Kathy Netto and a bunch of other, David Mankey, an inorganic chemist, and Maulin Guo, who's a biotechnologist, and Siva Rasapali as a organic synthetic person, to look into the whole thing. And I do not have time to talk about some interesting observations we have made, but I want to say that this technology is not new. You know, this has been a thousands of year old technology. One of the same idea of phytochemistry and phytonanochemistry has been used in the pillar in Delhi, which had not rusted for 15 or 1600 years. It's a similar technology that is being used, and we need to understand more of it. And finally, I want to keep time that world orders are created, and world orders are created by different means. And some of them are scientific, some of them are very political, some of them are economic, some of them are religious. And so world orders are always created, and then we need to be familiar with that world order. And Henry Kissinger written a book about world order, based on whatever wars were going on. Noam Chomsky has written world order about the foreign policy and how the world needs to understand each other there culturally. There is a world order of some kind with Samuel Huntington's book of that he has the class of civilizations. What I would like for Ayurveda to make a sense is to have a Ayurveda world order, and which is very important for people to understand, because Ayurveda is not simply, although I presented only Bhasma part, but Ayurveda is not simply a medicine. It is a lifestyle. And the lifestyle is, if you are peaceful, 80% of disorders are caused, diseases are caused because of stress. So you need to address that also. And in that sense, it is very important that we understand not only in Ayurveda world order, that we understand lifestyle, but also how the drugs are made. Drugs are made in Ayurveda very differently. They are not made in the same way as what I do in my lab. We also do drug development. Here they have to develop your senses, a sensory perception, and Dr. Pratibha will understand, and those of you who are in Ayurveda, you understand that being Vaidya is not simply putting things together and give it to somebody. You really have to be involved with them. And so I also feel that there is an education involved in this, and that education I have been able to bring to high school level, where I actually collaborated with high school teacher, Erin Kochnek, in her high school, and they've made Ayurvedic quilt. And so kids are learning about Ayurveda and involving in their life. And that is what actually the kind of world order we are looking at. Thank you very much for inviting me, to giving me this opportunity to share some of my ideas. And I wish you all the best and look forward to if there is any question.
Sure. Thank you, Dr. Balram Singh, for the intriguing talk. Indeed, the science of Bhasma technology in Ayurveda needs a lot of research. And it is good to see that some of your experiments are showing no toxicity in cells, and that there is some beautiful coordination that is happening with the proteins in the cells. We definitely need more research on Bhasmas as a drug delivery system and as a bioenhancer. Thank you once again. Now I invite Dr. Meenakshi to play one of our sponsor videos before the next speaker.
Balramji, please stay. We'll take questions, hopefully, in the end.
Okay.
Thank you.
I didn't know that. I thought we are having questions for every speaker.
At the end, sir, because we don't know if we will be able to finish on time.
Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. On behalf of Council for Ayurveda Research, I would like to thank our gold sponsor, Cortical Ayurveda USA.
Namaste. I'm Vaidya Vishwanath Guddadar, Director of Education at Cortical USA. Today, I'm going to introduce Cortical US product company. Kottakkal US is sole authorized distributor of Kottakkal Ayurveda products in the United States. Nimai Pandit, the owner of Kottakkal US, has been associated with Ayurveda more than 10 years. Kottakkal Ayurveda is a 119-year-old charitable institution engaged in the practice and propagation of Ayurveda. It offers different classical medicines and the treatments to patients coming from all over India and the world. AVS has 3 modern manufacturing facilities, which are well equipped with quality control labs. These facilities produce more than 550 classical and new generation formulas, which are made available to patients through authorized dealers throughout India and the world. AVS is also actively engaged in Ayurvedic research and development, publishing Ayurvedic periodicals and the books, cultivation and sustainably harvesting medicinal plants, and conducts educational programs. The AVS Research and Development Department is actively engaged in modernization of protection and the quality control of classical Ayurvedic medicines. CMPR, Center for Medicinal Plants Research, was established at Kottakkal in 2003 to specifically undertake modern research on medicinal plants. CMPR is now recognized as a Center of Excellence by the Department of Ayush of the Government of India. AVS conducts both microbial and heavy metal tests on every batch of the products they produce. Only the products that meet both Indian and US government safety guidelines are shipped to the US. All AVS products are legally imported and have safety batch reports and safety approved for US customers. Kottakkal products are legally protected with US liability insurance, and US Ayurvedic practitioners can suggest these products with confidently and safely.
Thank you. I'm going to request Dr. Rob Schneider to please come on video, please. Can you come on video and also unmute? And Dr. Meenakshi, can we remove the spotlight on the previous speaker?
Yes,
Thank you.
I can do that.
Thank you. And I will use these couple minutes to make a few more announcements. As I had announced in the previous session, we have a monthly journal club meeting going on in India as well as in USA. Every month, please stay tuned to our announcements on Facebook page as well as Instagram and also now Twitter. Big thanks to Dr. Ritika Shah, who has been posting on our social media very regularly now. And also a big thanks to Dr. Meenakshi Gupta, who is one of our board of directors as well, for her chairmanship of the Journal Club for a couple of years now. And we also have global webinars every month here as well as in India. And those also are free, and the details can be found on our social media as well as other like Instagram and Twitter as well. And would like to also announce that we have a quarterly newsletter, Ayu Update. or before we go there, I want to acknowledge Dr. Asavri Manvikar, who has been the chair of our global webinar series starting January 2021. And next, I would like to acknowledge and also announce and share with all of you that we have a quarterly newsletter, Ayu Update, under the chairmanship of Dr. Vandana Baranwal. This is every 3 months, and you can go to our website, ayurvedaresearchusa.org, and subscribe for it. We have a good, probably 300 subscriptions now. Also, please check us on the YouTube channel by our organization's name, Council for Ayurveda Research. All our events and sessions are uploaded on the YouTube and available for everyone to watch and enjoy and learn from at their convenience. So please do find us, like, comment, subscribe, share on YouTube. And I think last announcement, please do check us out on the website, join as volunteer, join as members, very, very nominal to join, and email us at ayurvedaresearchusa.gmail.com, sorry, ayurvedaresearchusa@gmail.com. Thank you so much. And I will now request Dr. Mahadevan to welcome our next speaker, Dr. Robert Schneider. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Pratibha. It's actually indeed my pleasure to introduce Dr. Robert Schneider, who's an internationally recognized physician, scientist, educator, and a leader in mind-body integrative medicine. He's a professor and director of the Institute for Natural Medicine and Prevention, and dean of the College of Integrative Medicine at Maharishi International University in Fairfield, Iowa. He's also the author of Total Heart Health, a leading authority on the Maharishi Ayurvedic approach to health. And Dr. Schneider is today going to talk about the promise of a holistic paradigm for Ayurveda research. Welcome, Dr. Schneider.
Thank you, Dr. Mahadevan. It's a pleasure to be here today with this group. And can everyone see my slides all right?
Yes.
Yes.
The topic that I'd like to discuss today with this Council for Ayurveda Research is going beyond herbal medicine to a holistic model for Ayurveda research. This holistic model is actually based on the original texts of Ayurveda. For example, Charak talked about the 3 pillars, mind, body, and Atma. Well, what happened to Atma and mind in contemporary Ayurveda research? We spend so much time on the body, which is certainly there, but 1/3 of the tripod. Charak and Sutrasthana talks about 3 levels of disease: exogenous or environmental, endogenous or bodily, and psychic or the mind. So these are 3 levels that we have to address in our clinical care and in our research. Charak and Sutrasthana also talks about 3 levels of treatment: the environment level, Daiva Vyapasriya, the body, or Yukti Vyapasriya, and the mind, or Sattva Vijaya. Again, so much of our research and so much of our clinical practice is on Yukti, or the rational body approach. But what happened to the environment? And what happened to the mind? And what happened to the innermost self, or Atma? What I'm proposing today is a systems model of Ayurveda and Ayurveda research. And this is consistent with the latest advances in modern medicine, which is now on the frontier of modern medicine, is now something called systems medicine, looking at the network of networks. So in this diagram, from the modern point of view, the world or human physiology starts with the genome on the bottom. Ayurveda starts with Atma or Avyakta, but nevertheless, genome is there as the next as the physical expression, molecules, another network, cells, another network, organs, another network. An individual is certainly a network of networks, but even in this systems perspective, an individual is part of an ecosystem, is part of society, part of a geographic, ecological system. So this range from, in Vedic terms, from larger than the largest to smaller than the smallest, is the range of modern systems medicine, which is in some ways more up to date than much of Ayurveda is today, although it's there in the classics, as we're talking about today. So putting this together into a holistic model for Ayurveda research, we've got 4 domains to consider in causes of ill health and treatment and prevention: the environment, the body, the mind, and Atma. And Atma in modern science is called the unified field, which is a term from physics originally coined by Albert Einstein and now discussed by unified field theorists. For example, string theory talks about one field of unmanifest, if you will, potential strings or fluctuations of intelligence, which vibrate at different rates and create mind, body, and the environment. So that's the model that I'm proposing that we research. Let's go through each of them quickly, one by one. The mind in Ayurveda research. Charak in Shariristan says that when the mind is steadily engrossed in the self, a supernatural healing power develops in a person. This state is known as yoga. So yoga is not a separate field of, certainly there are people who are specialists in yoga and literature of yoga, but yoga is described in the Ayurveda texts as a method of Achar Rasayan, as a method of behavioral Rasayan, as a method of Sattva Vijaya, and must be considered for complete health. There's been a lot of research. There have been hundreds or thousands of studies on yoga, and particularly here we're talking about the meditation or samadhi aspect of yoga. And this is just one example of physiological changes in EEG and metabolism during acute meditation practice, in this case, transcendental meditation, traditional Vedic meditation described in Ayurveda. There are many long-term physiological changes of meditation practice. This is just one study showing on the left controls. This is a randomized controlled trial sponsored by the National Institutes of Health, published in the American Heart Association journal called Circulation, Quality and Outcomes, showing a 48% lower rate of death, heart attack, and strokes in individuals who added this meditation practice to their usual medical care. So short-term changes, long-term changes, people live longer, which is the prediction of Ayurveda, the science of long life, isn't it? A brief review, actually, I won't even review the research on the body in Ayurveda, herbs, minerals, panchakarma, lifestyle. So much of this conference is devoted to yukti, the apasriya. So we'll just mention it now. The third area, which is largely ignored in Ayurveda research, is the environment. And doesn't Vimanistan talk about how stress in society leads to epidemics? And aren't we experiencing an epidemic or pandemic now as a global crisis? Charak discussed this thousands of years ago and talked about how if stress in society leads to epidemics, then reduction of social stress is necessary for treatment of pandemics and prevention of pandemics and epidemics. Well, what does this mean? How do we deal with collective stress in society, which we're experiencing right now? One method described in the Vedic literature is group practice of meditation, and how group practice of meditation is predicted to have an effect on the group. Not just the group practicing meditation, the few thousand people together, but even the society through this unified field which connects everyone, this field of consciousness or Atma, which connects the individual to society and the whole universe. This is a study published on group practice of meditation during 3 years of intervention compared to baseline period. This is 2002 to 2006 as a baseline. This group practice, which was in Fairfield, Iowa, during 2007 to 2010, several thousand people practicing together at one time, twice a day. There were changes in homicide rates in the country, and there are changes in violent crime rate in the country. I believe this is what Chark was discussing. The epidemic of crime and violence can be modified by stress reduction practices that can affect society. Another element of environment largely ignored in Ayurveda research is the physical environment, the architectural environment. And Chark discusses how the physical environment, including where we live and work, affects our health. This is certainly elaborated in the Vedic science of Vastu, Vastu Vidya, and Sthapatya Veda, but they're in seed form in the Samhitas of Ayurveda, discussing the proper orientation of buildings, room placement, measurements, and proportions. This happens to be the building where I work, but there are many all over the world, designed according to principles of healthy architecture in Ayurveda and Vedic literature. And there have been physiological studies on architecture, which I don't have time to review, but it's a very hot area in modern medicine. And Ayurveda contemporary Ayurveda should catch up to that. Next on our considerations of environment in a holistic model for Ayurveda research, there's the area of chronobiology and chronomedicine. Aren't we linked? What is daily routine? What is seasonal routine? But our connection, our relationship to the sun, to the moon, to the stars, and the planets. And in modern medicine, these fields are called chronobiology, chronomedicine. There's this emerging field, which is not so new anymore, described in the past 10 years, called chronoastrobiology. This is there in modern medical research. Probably didn't even read the Ayurvedic Samhitas, but cognizing them and talking about the chrononoosphere, how the individual is connected to the cosmos. And what about the classical descriptions of the effects of the sun on our brain and the moon and all the other major planets and stars? This is there in Vedic literature. This is there in Ayurveda, mantra, mani, and oshauti. And where are we in this Ayurvedic research, where modern medicine is actually way ahead of contemporary Ayurveda research in this area? In summary, this is a holistic model for Ayurveda research that has recently been revived, is there in the authentic scriptures, and Maharshi has described, and a number of people are evaluating and proposing this council consider this fourfold model: the environment, the body, the mind, their interactions with each other, and their source and connection to the field of Atma, the body's own inner intelligence, the intelligence of nature, which is the specialty of Vedic medicine. And I'm proposing a holistic Ayurveda academic health center, one or more, actually should be everywhere, that conducts research, the specialty of this conference, on holistic Ayurveda, that practices holistic Ayurveda and teaches the next generation of healthcare providers this holistic approach to Ayurveda. So I think this council has a great potential for restoring the original vision of Ayurveda for environment, mind, body, and self, cosmic self or Atma. All the best and namaskar.
Thank you, Dr. Schneider. Thank you so much. Actually, your talk on holistic model is totally correlate with the Ayurveda shloka, Yat Pinde Tat Brahmande, which means all that is outside in the environment is inside the environment. So when you talked about the chronoastrobiology and chronobiology and chronomechanism, that definitely aligned with Charaka's shloka, Yat Pinde Tat Brahmande. Yes, definitely we need to research this model and we need to come together on various platforms to get this going. This is really, really wonderful insight of chronoastrobiology model based upon the holistic Ayurveda science. Thank you so much. Now with that, I would like to invite our next speaker, Dr. Asmita Vele. Dr. Asmita Vele is a full professor at Bharati Vidyapeeth and honorary professor at University of Debrecen, Hungary. Her expertise lies in designing and execution of end-to-end research projects of Ayurvedic formulations, and she has been the principal investigator of DST projects, Ayush projects, and member of Ayush International Cooperation Committee of Scientific Advisory Committee of Gujarat Ayurveda University, Jamnagar. And she has delivered almost 125 lectures as a resource person in several interdisciplinary workshops and conferences on the public platforms. I apologize for condensing the elaborated bio, Dr. Asmita. She has also published over 45 research papers, articles, chapters, and authored a book on research methodology. So today, her topic is, does the right research model exist? Please, Dr. Asmita. Thank you so much.
Yes, thank you so much, Meenakshi, for that short introduction also. I feel privileged to be on this platform with the stalwarts, and this is a humble attempt to share what I feel about research methods and other things about research in Ayurveda. Honorable Vaidya Kotecha ji, Secretary, Ministry of Ayush, Honorable Abhimanyu Kumar ji, Professor and Vice Chancellor, and distinguished colleagues and students and guests, friends who are here with me today. I would like to present, after listening to these stalwarts, I feel that, okay, probably what I'm going to talk is already there, but yes, I need to put in front of you the plight of Vaidya. A Vaidya is trained to treat the patients, and he or she is always at the crossroads in present times, because there is a relationship between Vaidya and patient. There is a disease of the patient and there is some treatment, which is easier to practice, but equally difficult to analyze, to understand, and to translate in the language that the world knows and understands today. The scientific language is changed, as rightly opined by Professor Balram Singh ji. So what what do a Vaidya should do? Study nanoscience, do characterization of his medicine, do microbiology for standardization, go ahead with newer techniques of pharmaceutics to make this medicine, because it's required by various FDAs. Do the Vaidya do the safety studies, whether this Tulsi is safe or Ashwagandha is safe, and also go ahead with efficacy. Just give me a moment. Is the slide visible?
No, Dr.
Not yet. Not yet.
No.
Exactly. So just a moment. I'll try to share them again. No, I can't see the share button now. Just give me a minute. Oh. So I can see me. Okay, without wasting much time.
It's okay. Take a minute to see if you're able to present.
Yeah.
Are you able to see the share button?
Not really. And that's what, can I mean, remove the spotlight or something?
Okay, I can do that. Let me do that.
Please. No, I can't see it here. So,
do you want to send to me? Just WhatsApp to me and I will share.
Hello, Dr.
Can you
Pratibha?
WhatsApp to me and I will share?
No, I think, can I talk after the next speaker?
Our next speaker is still arriving from Harvard. So
okay.
Just send me the PowerPoint if it's okay, and I will share for you.
Okay. So
because I made you co-host like about 10-15 minutes ago, and I checked you are still co-host. So
yes, I can. Yeah, I was able to see that I'm a co-host, but right now, no.
She is co-host. She is still co-host. Why don't we take some questions in the meantime, Pratibhaji?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's also
sure.
Okay.
Madhavanji, do you think we have some time, because we are trying to run the events very tightly on time? Madhavanji, I'm going to defer to you. Can you please share?
We have a few minutes. Why don't we wait? If there are questions on the chat, we can take. I don't have any questions right now. So
maybe there is one question, Balramji, I'll quickly ask you. Asmita, you can probably log out and log in.
That's what I'm doing. Yeah.
Okay.
That's what I'm doing. Yeah.
So Balramji, there was a question if we can get an access to your study, the Bhasma study.
Can get what?
Access to the study. Somebody asked in the chat if your Bhasma study is available.
Yeah, well, at least part of it has been published, so I can definitely share that. And the other part, I'm happy to talk to whoever wants to connect with me. I'll put my email in the chat box.
I think that will be helpful. I think Dr. Sujata Reddy asked for it.
Yeah, absolutely. And we will love to collaborate, actually. We are really looking for, like I said, from what I understand, there are at least dozens of bhasmas. And we have just done one. I'm starting something This morning, I had my team had meeting, and we are working on arsenic now. So we are going to work on, because that's one of the major concerns. You know, the Rajat Bhasma is not a big deal, but we did it that time not knowing that much about the field. But now we are going to work on arsenic, or we are going to work on lead, because that's really major concern of people. And so we are going to basically going to take head on, because I believe the technology, the people, Ayurvedic experts and rishis and sages and Vaidyas, they had no other interest other than the best interest of the public, which is really very important. So I believe that it has to be true, but I just need to test it. So I will love to collaborate with the people who may be working with it, and so that we can find a proper condition to do these experiments.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Any other questions? Has Dr. Asmita joined? Otherwise, we might be able to take Dr. Sri Ranjani right now. Dr. Sri Ranjani, can be, Dr. Meenakshi, can we spotlight Dr. Sri Ranjani?
Yes, definitely.
Okay.
Can you please remove all the rest of the co-hosts who have already spoken? Yes.
Yes. All right. Okay, Dr. Sri Ranjani is here. I'm making her co-host. All right. Dr. Vandana, can you introduce Dr. Sri Ranjani, please?
Yes, thank you, Dr. Pratibha. We are very happy to have you here with us, Dr. Sri Ranjani. Dr. Sri Ranjani is MD, PhD in Ayurveda, PhD in Neurophysiology. Sri Ranjani Jaideep is a clinical researcher with an illustrious career of 20 years in Ayurveda clinical practice, transdisciplinary research and academics. She is an MD in Kai Chikitsa, internal medicine, and PhD from NIMHANS, Bangalore, a Vaidya scientist fellow and a certified yoga instructor from Sabyavyasa University. She has been a consultant physician at world-class authentic Ayurveda hospital in India, including Institute of Ayurveda and Integrative Medicine at the Ramaya Indic Specialty at Bangalore. And she has treated the patients of diverse ailments. Her key research areas include neurological and musculoskeletal diseases and Ayurveda management, gut microbiome, and metabolic diseases. We welcome you, Dr. Sri Ranjani, please.
Thank you very much, Dr. Vandana. A warm good morning to all of you, and good evening to people joining in from elsewhere in the world. So I will quickly take you through my experiences of having managed neurological diseases, most of which have been clinical evidences, punctuated with few research studies that I have been involved with over the last few years. Then I will leave you with few thoughts on how we can take this further, because if we look into the chronology of these studies, which were done as far back as 10-15 years ago, but still we have not been able to take it to the next level. So there is no doubt that increasingly there's a lot of interest towards alternative and complementary medicine for neurological conditions, most usually because some of them are untreatable, some of them are refractory in nature, some of them have a lot of side effects which do stem from managing the main condition. So going further, I think there is one way which would be a pluralistic or an integrative medicine kind of a protocol that will need to be followed for most of these conditions like migraines, stroke, epilepsy, all these, so also ataxias and other neurodegenerative conditions like Parkinson's. So some of these have clinical evidence, research evidence in terms of its safety and effectiveness, but some still need a lot to be studied about. So do we have descriptions of neurological diseases in Ayurveda? Yes, of course, we do have them described exhaustively with symptoms, pathogenic mechanisms, as well as treatments that are possible. And some of them have direct correlations with ICD nomenclatures, the International Classification of Disease Nomenclatures, while some of them you get to know, understand the condition looking into their symptom base, a cluster of symptoms that we typically tag to a particular disease in Western biomedicine. So a whole lot of treatments are prescribed for managing these neurological diseases. Some of them are very simple topical applications, topical treatments that are done. Some of them are more systemic in nature and different. The beauty of Ayurveda lies here that different routes of administration, not just oral administration, but different other routes have been exhaustively, elaborately explained for all these different neurological conditions. There is something which is as simple as a massage which is done all over the body or to a specific part, to something more extensive and exhaustive as a colonic administration of medicine or nasal administration of medicine. So also local to the eye, topical applications around the eye, into the ear, simple gargling or oil pulling or kavala and gandusha. Now each of these have extensive use in all these diverse neurological conditions. So it is without doubt to say that most of these conditions very beautifully respond to these medications, and a whole lot of the symptoms of all these neurological conditions can be effectively managed using one or more of these different therapeutic modalities. Of course, the most commonly studied ones are the oral routes of administration, and mostly studied are single drugs. You might have seen studies on ashwagandha, on brahmi, on Siddha cordifolia, on different other herbs. But Ayurveda is not just confined to the usage of herbs. There are a whole lot of other therapeutic procedures which are yet unexplored and which warrant definite exploration if we are to bring about a system of medicine which will be beneficial to the patients in terms of improving their mobility, their quality of life, and so on. And needless to say, most often it is a complex combination of this which helps in the clinical setting. There might be some which are given more than one of these, and along with them will be the internal medications or the aushadhas that we prescribe, the rasayanas which act as neurotrophins, as well as vyayam or exercise component, which can be in the form of physiotherapy, yoga, whichever works for the patient, depending on their mobility. So this is an integrative medicine protocol that we will need to come up with going forward if we need to manage neurological conditions effectively. So these are some of the therapies that you would have most commonly come across, like the mastishkya or the treatments on the head, wherein you have the Shiro Pichu, the Shiro Dhara, the Shiro Basti. These are some of the topical applications wherein you have the Abhyanga, the full body massages, and the Bhashpasweda or the steam baths or the sauna bath, and different varieties of these steam which are delivered. And the biggest mainstay of most neurological disease management in Ayurveda remains to be Nasya, which is nasal administration of herbs and oils, and Basti, which is colonic administration of different varieties of herbal decoctions, herbal oils, and so on. Now, this is something which has been very sparsely studied so far. We still don't know what are the different modalities in which these benefit the patients in terms of what happens within the body when these treatments are given. But we do have clinical evidence to say that they are effective. So I'll quickly take you through some of the studies that I have been involved in and some other studies from different other scientists, some of whom are presenting today and tomorrow on this platform here. I will leave it to them to discuss their studies in detail, but I will be discussing the studies that I was involved with. So this was one of the studies which was conducted at National Institute of Mental Health and Neurosciences in India, in collaboration with the Advanced Ayurveda Research Unit, which is a CCRA's research unit within NIMHANS. And here we saw that ataxia patients, progressive degenerative cerebellar ataxia patients who received Ayurveda interventions with no other medication being given, The simple treatment that was given was Shirobasti in the male patients, Shirodhara in the female patients, and Abhyanga and Bhashpasweda, and some oral medicines, very minimal. They were assessed on the Biodex Balance Index, which system, which basically measures how their balance has changed. So cerebellar ataxia patients have a tendency to lose balance. So we measured their antero-posterior and their lateral balances, and we saw that they were able to manage their mobility better. Subjectively, they improved in walking. And when we measured using the Biodex Balance Index, the overall and the antero-posterior balance indices of stability improved considerably in these patients. The next study I was involved with was also a CCRAS-funded study at the National Institute of Mental Health and Neurosciences with the Advanced Ayurveda Research Unit, wherein we studied the modulation of cardiac autonomic dysfunctions in ischemic stroke patients following Ayurveda treatment. The treatment protocol was pretty simple. One group received treatment with conventional treatments and physiotherapy, and the other group received conventional treatment with Ayurveda, which again included Abhyanga, that is methodical massage, Bhashpasweda, and Matrabasti, colonic administration of Balashwagandha oil. And we measured them clinically using modified ranking score, and I had stroke scale, Barthel index, and also the Pakshagata rating scale, and we saw that both groups of patients had similar clinical recovery at the end of the assessment period. And additionally, the patients who received Ayurvedic interventions did improve on their cardiac autonomic dysfunction. So cardiac autonomic dysfunctions are considered as secondary risk factors for other cardiac events or even a secondary stroke, and these indices were modulated in these patients, and this indicates an add-on benefit of Ayurveda interventions in stroke patients. Of course, there are other studies which have given similar evidence on the use of different types of Swedana, Pinda Sweda, and also a whole system study which Dr. Archana, who is on the consortium today and tomorrow, who will be discussing probably in hers, wherein they tried a whole system Ayurveda intervention in acute stroke, and other studies wherein in chronic stroke following 1 month of stroke Ayurveda massage with physiotherapy, the patients had lesser need for antispastic drugs, and they promoted faster standing with minimal assistance at the end of the treatment period. So all of these are small evidences which do indicate towards the possibility of Ayurveda having an add-on effect when given with all other treatment modalities in stroke. So also in Parkinson's disease, like I said, as early as 1970s, we have studies on the molecular activity of mucuna pruriens in Parkinson's disease. We also have clinical evidence as early as the 2000s, wherein mucuna pruriens seed powder improved the UPDRS scores. So also Shodhana and mucuna pruriens given with Hyoscyamus reticulatus and Withenia somnifera or Ashwagandha and Sida cordifolia improved UPDRS and the ADL scores, the activities of daily living scores. And Dr. Namyata will probably be talking about her study on Parkinson's disease, wherein she administered oil-based enema, and again MDS UPDRS did improve. Now, what is the key take-home? That of course there are many other studies wherein we do have evidences in migraine, in low backache or sciatica, and other different areas. But the key take-home that we need to understand here is there is a strong plausibility for integrative medicine being the way forward, wherein Ayurveda medicines can be taken with other system medicines, of course under prescription, but then there have been enough studies to say that in most of these studies that I already showed you, this was an integrative approach which was used, wherein the other medicines were continued, along with that Ayurveda was given. And Ayurveda synergistically enhances the effect of other therapeutic modalities. When given with physiotherapy, it reduces the spasticity. Reduced spasticity is better mobility, better functionality. And of course, there are multidimensional targets. So it's not just the primary symptom of the disease that gets treated with Ayurveda, but a whole lot of auxiliary systems. Like in Parkinson's, we talk about the motor symptoms, we talk about the non-motor symptoms as well. A small improvement in the non-motor symptoms is a large improvement for the patient when we see it in the clinical setting. So all these definitely Panchakarma therapies have a role in lasting effects for neurological diseases and probably even prevention. Now, if we tag the cues that we take from aging biology, Vata Vyadhi, and Rasayana, we can probably be able to prevent most of these neurological diseases which do manifest with aging. Yes, definitely further research in exploring the modalities, how do they work, where do they work, what do they actually do. There are plenty of studies which show that nasal sprays, which are being used for depression, for autism spectrum disorder, for ADHD, a lot of different nasal sprays are being used, and even nerve growth factors are being given in stroke as nasal sprays and have shown effect. So probably that is where our NASIA treatments can also be, we can take leads from these studies and find out how our NASIA treatments do work. And of course, there's a lot of study which is currently going on in the field of gut-brain axis, microbiome activation, and so on. So Basti being a big therapeutic modality that we use in neurological diseases is definitely an area that we need to explore. And other whole system paradigms and integrative medicine protocols will be the way forward because it's just not possible that in these conditions, just one single system of medicine has all the answers. I would like to acknowledge all my faculty at the various institutes that I worked with, the Central Council, for the funding that they gave for the studies that we conducted at NIMHANS, and the patients and their caregivers. Thank you, Kar, for this wonderful consortium that you've hosted over today and tomorrow. And thank you all for a patient hearing.
Thank you so much, Dr. Sri Ranjini. It was an amazing presentation, and thanks for spotlighting primary health and promotion of health and whole systems research, potential models that are emerging, quality of life, which we are just disease care focused. A lot of times we just forget about quality of life, which is very important. So thank you for bringing focus to all of these. I would like to request you if you could send a link, the links to all these studies that you have conducted and co-authored. If you could WhatsApp, I could have our volunteers actually share it in the chat box. So thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
And always lovely to have you on our platform. Thank you so much. Thank you. All right. So with that, I'm going to welcome our next very dynamic speaker, Dr. Darshan Mehta. Dr. Darshan Mehta is again in my neighborhood, my second neighbor on this platform today. Again, with apologies, Dr. Mehta, I've had to condense your very prolific biodata to kind of align with the timelines. So advance apologies for that. Dr. Darshan Mehta, MD, MPH, Assistant Professor in Medicine at Harvard Medical School, is also Director of Education for the Osher Center at Brigham and Women's Hospital and Harvard Medical School, Medical Director of the Benson Henry Institute for Mind-Body Medicine at MGH, and Director for the Office for Wellbeing with the Center for Faculty Development at MGH. Mass General Hospital, for those of you who do not know about this big medical, you can say, body here in our neighborhood in Boston, Greater Boston area. So with that, I would like to welcome Dr. Darshan Mehta. Let me bring you to the spotlight. He will be presenting on mind-body medicine in the modern healthcare system. Thank you so much for taking the time out.
Great, thank you. You can see my screen, everything is good?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. All right, 1 second. will shut my email. We're so used to keeping email on. Turn it off. It's nice to not have those dings. All right, well, thank you, Dr. Shah, for welcoming to this wonderful consortium and conference. And I know a lot of effort has been put into making this such a success. I want to take a moment in the next 15, 20 minutes to discuss with you why this matters. I think I've been very lucky, just to give you a little bit background, and I think the background is just more helpful to understand the context of where I am fortunate to be positioned. So I'm a general internal medicine physician by training, and I had the wonderful opportunity. What brought me to Boston was to come here to do research in complementary and integrative medicine, which I enjoyed. But I realized in the process of doing research that my journey would take me more towards education. And how do we actually translate what we are seeing in research into clinical practice? Because ultimately, if things live in the clinical practice, it remains irrelevant. It has to, if it lives in the research arena only, it becomes irrelevant. Most people will not be able to access it. And unfortunately, it just stays in academic dialogue. So how do we actually move it into a regular, everyday context where other healthcare providers who are not necessarily familiar with this work are able to actually embrace it and then also know how to appropriately talk to their patients about this work. And I think for me, that became true during my research fellowship days, that I began to notice that we're doing all this work, especially in integrative medicine, but no one really applies it. It kind of just lives in this sort of just scientific papers and such. So I got more interested in how we translate this across that, and that brought me to doing my work initially with the Benson Henry Institute for Mind Body Medicine. And that I'll share with you that story in a little bit in terms of just the legacy that institute has left for the future in terms of as we think about mind body medicine. So I think if there's one take home point today, what is most fascinating and I think most interesting to me is that there is no reason at this point why we should not be incorporating mind-body medicine in every single hospital system. And quite honestly, it has. In most hospitals, in academic medical centers in the United States, many of them offer some sort of mind-body medicine program, whether it's meditation, yoga, tai chi, all these different forms that come from many of the wisdom traditions. They do incorporate it as a part of regular offerings. And I think that's a huge shift that has particularly happened just in the past 5 years. So what I want to just sort of help, just a few objectives of our time together is to help understand the role of mind-body medicine in primary and specialty care practice, basically in the tertiary, quaternary settings, as well as in the primary settings. But also review a little bit of the epigenetic and physiologic basis that supports the health outcomes, and then just thinking about how do we practice, what is the way that it's being delivered today. So what is happening in our practice is this. We actually have many patients come quite educated, or at least have a tremendous amount of curiosity about it, and will often ask their providers, their physicians, the nurse practitioners, the different healthcare team members, as to, they'll say that, I literally have had this statement. It's like, I want to learn how to relax, doctor, but I want to relax better and faster. I want to be on the cutting edge of relaxation. And it's sort of an interesting irony there that, everyone, really many of these practices about slowing down, and everyone wants to speed up and get to the best of what it has to offer. But there's an important truth here that has to be acknowledged. Why is it that the people are requesting this more? And part of it is that there is a desire that they want to have ownership of the health. We're actually not recognizing that most people want to own their health. They do not want to be reliant upon their doctors and other providers. They do not want to be reliant on medications. And if they have to be, they want to still be able to manage it themselves. And when you're asking someone to manage it themselves, that means they have to have skills to be able to manage it themselves. And what type of skills would you provide them? And why is this the case? Well, we know that non-communicable diseases are the most important global health challenge in terms of in the 21st century, in terms of disease burden and mortality. And I'm sure, and this theme has been reiterated here over and over. But just to understand that of the non-communicable diseases, when we think about conditions like hypertension, diabetes, cardiovascular disease, cancer, that makes up the top, you can just say that's the top. Smoking, these are, things that actually are all of these that I just mentioned have very documented and significant stress-related components to them. So it's not to say that everything is stress-related, but there's there's obviously the genetic predispositions, the lifestyle, the way you grew up, the neighborhood, the environmental effects. But then the stress-related piece is an important, very important consideration for this. And that is important to recognize. If we don't recognize that, then we don't understand why patients are coming in this state to our clinics. And if you ask any, especially primary care provider, they will say, yes, this is 90% or 95% of my visits. And we often are given the tools of, okay, prescribe medicine. They have hypertension, you got to print that. Again, I want to be very clear. I'm not against medication, but if the only tool you know how to do is prescribe medicine, then that's the only tool you're going to use. So again, if we want to just take why is this happening? Well, when we think of this, there's a concept Bruce McEwen described as allostatic load. And allostatic load happens when you have these different factors. So if you look at the top of the slide, you see that they're environmental stressors. That's where we know that where we live, where we work, the neighborhoods, they actually make a difference on health outcomes. In our group, a couple of years ago, we published a study that even in Boston, where we have the benefit of having some of the world's best hospitals, literally within a 2-mile radius of one another. If you look at the radius of we have a tremendous number of hospitals here within very small distances for a relatively small number of people relative to other cities. And despite that, so it's not, and we've had access to healthcare for much longer than even the federal mandate. The people in our state, it was never an access of getting healthcare. The challenge, the interesting thing is that if you look at specific neighborhoods, one that are characteristically very wealthy, and then a characteristically poor neighborhood in Boston, which are only 2 miles apart in distance or 3 miles apart in distance, they have dramatically different health outcomes. We're looking at a life expectancy around 85 versus 65. And that's just in a 3-mile span in one city. So that's a remarkable, that tells you that increase. And why is that? Because that in the other neighborhoods, there's an increased sense of perceived stress. There are major life events, birth, death, marriage, divorce, including some trauma and abuse. We're recognizing more and more that trauma and abuse play a tremendous role in the ways our brains develop, in the ways, and there's intergenerational trauma that we're learning more and more about as well. So these, and then there are obviously the individual differences, our genes, our experiences, development, they lead to our sense of perceived stress. And then we may have, in response to that perceived stress, our sense of threat, helplessness, vigilance. There are behavioral responses, which include the fight or flight response, how we eat. All of us can, or I imagine that many of us, I didn't say all of us, can perhaps remember time that when you're under stress, you might turn to a particular food. I certainly do. I realize that if I'm under stress and I'm not paying attention, I turn to those late night peanut snacking, and there's like, oh, and then I don't even realize it. Some people turn to alcohol, but there are also healthy activities. You might turn to exercise as well. So that leads to physiologic responses. And our allostasis ability to shift between the normal physiology and when you have to mount a stress physiology. So if you are unable to adapt, or if you adapt and are unable to readapt, that happens in the context of allostatic load. So when there's an inherent danger in front of you, for example, if a lion is in front of you, for most people, you don't want to sit and meditate. That will not help your survival. You actually have to, your body is built in a way to mount a tremendous amount of physiologic response and either run or fight. But if you're doing that all the time, that builds your allostatic load. And that's where we see the emergence of stress-related conditions. And you can see that there's a tremendous amount of physiology. We're looking at the hypothalamic pituitary axis. We are looking at the systemic sympathetic adrenomedullary systems. There are particular neurotropic factors like interleukin-6 and other cytokines as well. There's growth factors as well. And all of these, when we look at this leads to a dysregulation, including insulin resistance, endothelial dysfunction, inflammation, look at osteopenia, and then atherosclerosis and other neurohormonal changes. Now, Dr. Herbert Benson, who's the founder of our institute, in the late 60s and early 70s, he was really intrigued and was approached by followers of the Mahesh Yogi at that time to study what is happening in their practice of transcendental meditation, or TM. They were really made this declaration that we can reduce blood pressure. And so he, as a cardiologist, young cardiologist, began to study that. And he found that when individuals evoked a sound, repetition of a sound, phrase, thought, or prayer, and there was a passive return to the repetition of other thoughts and truths, there was actually a shift that was happening. And it became so profound, it was so significant. As a cardiologist, he's like, wow, this can be as effective as using an antihypertensive. And he found that the benefits were seen when performed 15 to 20 minutes, 1 to 2 times daily. And what are the physiologic changes they observed? He actually found that there's decreased heart rate, decreased blood pressure, decreased respiratory rate, increased exhaled nitric oxide. The relaxation response is elicited, it turns out, not just by that practice, but by many other practices, including other practices of meditation, Tai Chi yoga. It is conceptually opposite particularly the negative effects of the stress response. Since then, there's been a lot of studies particularly in epigenetics. We find that when people develop a sustained practice, there are changes in inflammatory pathways. There's improved insulin utilization, increased ATP synthase, mitochondrial energy production. And there are actually about 1,500 differentially regulated that either are up or down regulated when we compare them to those who are not engaged in practice. So it turns out that while your genes may be fixed, the way those genes are up or down regulated can actually fluctuate. And these are processes that are involved in cellular death or apoptosis, the stress response, and inflammation. And again, these have significant, I think, clinical implications, because all of a sudden we have uncovered an internal mechanism that we know can be part of an overall treatment protocol. Again, not to say that medications may not be, if you have cancer, chemotherapy may be needed. And if chemotherapy, but we know cancer is an inflammatory condition. And so maybe, can you actually improve the efficacy of the chemotherapy by adding this very inexpensive option to it? And again, what we're seeing now is that more and more providers are recognizing this. And as a consequence, they're beginning to think much more holistically. And I think that's a huge shift that has happened, again, over in recent times. We know that meditation changes brain structure. So the region of the brain affected involve cognitive and executive function. emotion regulation, neurotransmitter release as well. And so these are the functions, the parts of like the amygdala, the hippocampus, the anterior cingulate, and again, in the prefrontal cortex. So again, there's a lot of research in the neuroscience, and that can be a whole semester of lectures on different parts of the brain. But I think what is important to understand is that here, what is happening, we are seeing something that we never thought was possible. And this changes clinical practice. Because all of a sudden, when a patient comes and says that I'm struggling with my anxiety, which is a potential consequences of challenges with emotion regulation, that in addition, or perhaps if we're only thinking about the anti-anxiolytic drug, that there are potentially other non-pharmacologic options that we can offer to our patients. We actually know that when we include it in cardiac rehabilitation, as an example, these are patients with moderate to severe coronary heart disease, that we see improvements in life expectancy and mortality in 3 years. You can see that in this graph, if the bottom line has a 3-year mortality, these are patients with moderate to severe coronary disease that underwent a procedure and then were sent to get rehab. And some of them went through a program that we have at our institute that increases the amount of the mind-body strategies like meditation in the rehab, in addition to exercise and nutrition. Whereas a traditional rehab is just basically exercise and nutrition counseling. You can see 10% mortality in that group versus 6% mortality in the mind-body medicine group. We also know that it improves or decreases costs. So their mind-body medicine decreases, there's a 43% reduction in billable encounters. So how much people use the system, we actually see that they use it less. People become more self-efficacious. They feel like they're in charge of their health. They they think that even just like some emergency room visits alone is on the order of the magnitude of almost just under $2,400 per patient per year. And there's a heterogeneity here, but this is some of the work that I think is more at the cutting edge. So what is the program that we've offered at our institute? And again, this is an example where we have operationalized approaches that come from wisdom traditions from around the world, obviously, including what is offered in India, and what came from India. And Dr. Benson would be the first to say, this is where his journey began. The resiliency can be built through a 3-tiered process. There's an ongoing practice of techniques which elicit the relaxation response, the physiology that I described earlier, including meditation, yoga. It's a building stress awareness and its negative effects on health. And again, having more awareness, being more grounded and centered. And then finally, these programs like ours promote social connectedness and healthy lifestyle behaviors. And we see that in our program, we have offered an 8-week multimodal program, which incorporates elements of modern psychotherapy and with wisdom traditions through mind-body practices. So we offer the best of what has been known throughout millennia with what we know today, and trying to bring that as a very user-friendly approach. And we've had remarkable success to the point where I would have never imagined that my job would be to run these types of programs amongst my colleagues. So I often will run these programs with other physicians, which if you had asked me when I started my job, can you imagine that being part of your job, is that you would lead meditation? And currently, this is changing the culture of our hospital. Again, just in the past year, in the pandemic, for the entire hospital, I lead a meditation every Monday. And again, it's available to all hospital employees, which we, again, only a small number attend relative to the size of our hospital. But again, this is part of my job, and I could never have imagined this part of my job. So I want to just end with just some thoughts on just what we are experiencing today. And this is around COVID and thinking about COVID-19. This is a beautiful study done now 30 years ago by Sheldon Cohen. And he looked at individuals with, it was published in the New England Journal of Medicine, these were students who were basically told, we want to run an experiment on the cold, common cold, but want to see who is getting affected. So we basically put them in a hotel room. They inoculated them with 5 different, it was randomized between 5 different viruses that we know cause the cold. And then he looked at the amount of stress, and he saw that who developed the cold and for how long. And you can see here very clearly that those individuals at higher levels of stress, more percentage of them developed the cold. Not surprising. Intuitively, we know that, but this actually was the first big study to really document that. So we here are basically now looking at, well, what did he then look at? Well, let's look at the different viruses. So RV is rhinovirus. That's one of the more common causes. You can see they use 2 different subtypes. RSV, as some of you know, is respiratory syncytial virus. I'm sorry, they use 3 different subtypes: rhinovirus, respiratory. But CV is coronavirus. And you can look at every group, the difference between those that had high stress versus low stress, more percentages had developed the symptoms. But when you look at coronavirus, again, this is obviously a different family, a different species of coronavirus, those with high versus low, they have the biggest differences. You can see that those with the highest had 68% of those with the high levels of stress developed the cold. Why is this important? Because we're dealing with coronavirus, and how much messaging do you see out in the media today about, again, in addition to when we think about what is risk mitigation, risk mitigation is hand washing, mask wearing. Those are obviously, and then, but the other thing that we're not telling, and you don't hear the messages that needs to be brought out, is stress reduction. This is a low cost, very easy public health measure that we should be delivering ubiquitously throughout the world, to be quite honest. And can you imagine how different the world would be if everyone learned 5 minutes of meditation every day, and just the whole world landscape would change, right? If we said that, oh, this is very important for risk mitigation, again, as a risk mitigation strategy. And this is a missed message that needs to be told. The second message is thinking about vaccine. Obviously, vaccine is important, but turns out that not everyone responds to vaccine equally. And this was drawn from studies on the flu virus, but this was a different meditation program. But they looked at, randomized people to, everyone got the vaccine. Some learned meditation over 8 weeks and others didn't. They just learned, good health education. And you can see here that those that learned meditation had a doubling response of the vaccine titer, the antibody titers, than those that just got vaccine only. Again, if we're trying to think about what maximizes the amount of antibody titers, again, this is, I don't know how much more data. So obviously, again, another old study, we can repeat these studies, but very simple ones, easy public health measures, ubiquitously should be delivered. And again, we look at the reason is we know already meditation affects the immune system. We talked a little, NF-kappa B, again, another neurotropic factor, cell-mediated immunity, we know like CD4 counts increase, and then telomerase again. So again, I just leave you with this because I think we have an opportunity, and we've been doing it in our system, where this type of work can permeate very easily throughout the world, quite honestly. And again, it will take obviously more and more people to adopt and listen and understand these types of data, but really we can impact a huge, huge audience with pretty much at zero cost. Okay, I will stop there. Again, thank you again for this opportunity to speak in front of you. Please do reach out if you have questions, and look forward to continuing this dialogue.
Thank you so much, Dr. Darshan. I think you're also right now looking like the director of Benson Henry Mind Body Institute. So thank you for showing us and exemplifying for us really how integrating mindfulness can have such a broad spectrum impact on so much of our physiology, which can be actually reducing the negatives and increasing on the positives. So, thank you for sharing the data for that. I think we all know that, but this is where research really plays an important role, that it can actually validate what we probably already know in more certain terms, and it can help us to identify interventions for specific outcomes. So thank you so much. I know you were in between meetings, but you still made it. I always appreciate your presence because you bring in the integrative aspect, which we so much are looking forward to more and more in the coming years. So thank you once again. Always a pleasure.
Thank you. Thank you for having me, and look forward to, again, continuing these dialogues. Very important work that you're leading. So.
Thank you. And I'll hopefully see you on the 19th as well, as I have requested. Yes. Thank you so much.
Okay, we'll talk. Thank you, everyone. Bye-bye.
Stay if you can. Thank you. Otherwise, we understand.
Okay.
Thank you. All right, Dr. Asmita, I think we will see. What did you want? Did you want to test out now?
I'll just share my screen.
Yes. Oh, perfect. Thank you.
Perfect. Okay. So thank you so much. And please accept my apologies for the, for the delay. And thank you, Sri Ranjani, for having my back. Yes. So I was talking to you about this.
Do you want to put it in slideshow, Asmita? Dr. Asmita?
Yes. Yes. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
So I was, so always the Vaidyas are at crossroad. So it may be a non-pharmacological approach or it is a pharmacological approach. What does the world expects from us? We need to cater to our own population as well as where we are treated as complementary alternative medicine. That population also needs us nowadays. And therefore, as Vaidya, we are closely connected with the patient. We are also closely connected with the patient's disease and the medicines. And what is expected from us is we need to understand a little bit of all of this, the nanoscience, the characterization of the medicine, microbiology, which, talks about the expiry and shelf life of our products, then pharmaceutics, how our drugs will be better delivered, how the shelf life will be longer than what it is. And on top of that, as many of my former speakers have identified, the safety and efficacy of the product. So though we have seen clinical experiences, we have not experiences, but the clinical research is published for various treatment modalities from Panchakarma as well as other actual drugs. We need to deal with all of this. And we all are aware that a Vaidya is trained to treat patients, and that too from an Ayurveda viewpoint. So that's where when I heard from Pratibha that this is about the research strategies for making Ayurveda globally acceptable, then the first question in my mind was, what is the right research strategy for Ayurveda? What is the right research model? Is it there? Does it exist? So I could list out some of the misconceptions, like Ayurveda is different and all existing sciences because the epistemology is different. We cannot put the rules of one science to other science. So there are apples and oranges. You cannot compare. Another analogy is given as cricket and football. The rules of these two games are totally different and you cannot, compare the two. The RCT design is inappropriate to test Ayurvedic clinical approach. It may not befit all the time. The basic principles of Ayurveda are eternal, and how can they be challenged? So these are the things which I have picked up from the field. And it's very good to see what people are doing and how the reality, what we have done. In my institute in Pune, Bharati Vidyapeeth, with all my colleagues, And our sister institutes like Rajiv Gandhi Institute of Biotechnology, IRSHA, and even Medical College Pharmacology Department, we have been exploring all these areas. So what we thought and how we started is Ayurveda is ever evolving continuous tradition. Tradition is its continuous flow. It is never stagnant. It's never historical. That's why it is tradition and parampara, which continues. Then we found out that there are categories of questions, clinically unsolved problems, and there are category specific outlines or guidelines for generalization. Like there are guidelines of Consort for clinical study and Prisma for observational studies and others. So Arrive is for experimental studies reporting. So there are various, you can pick up a question, categorize it, and then you can at least have something to start with. Then each path-breaking study, new perspectives evolve, which can be integrated. There are adaptive designs of clinical trials nowadays, which are going on, and which is very much suitable for the philosophy of Ayurveda and the principles of Ayurveda. So we always felt that the principles are, they have more dimensions when they are applied in modern settings, and that's where we come from. So we have this Nyaya Vaisheshik Sankhya Tarka Sangraha, which generally gives us an understanding of Ayurvedic way of research methodology. We have the basic understanding of what is Sat and Asat, that is real and surreal. And we have method of testing or method of measurement in Pramanas. What we need to acquaint ourselves to are experimental techniques, which were explained by Dr. Balram Singh ji. There are physicochemical, biochemical, microbiological, animal testing methods, as well as the statistical methods, which are quite new to the standard Ayurvedic understanding, because this mathematical and statistical probabilistic model is not available in any of our samhitas. So that's where we need to learn these new things. And yet, again, I generally go back to this shlok, pratyaksham hi alpam, analpam apratyaksham asti, yad agama anumana yuktibhi upalabhyate, yaihi eva tavad indriyaihi pratyaksham upalabhyate, tani eva santi cha apratyakshani. Whatever we know, that is alpam, and whatever we don't know, it's infinite, and there is always a scope to study that infinite based on 4 pramanas or 4 parikshas. That is, we have this authoritative literature. Then there are true evidences. There is this inferential evidence method, Anumana Praman, which is applied in 2 ways, either evidences from past and futuristic thinking based on past knowledge. And then Yukti is the best thing, where we have to use it everywhere to solve new problems. So there, for Yukti, you need past experience, you need futuristic experience, you need authoritative literature, you need true evidence, and all this together leads to Prama, that is Yathartha Jnana, or true or real knowledge. What happens these days is, in this small diagram, which is understanding, then design experiments to answer research questions. That's what we started with. Then we control sources of variation, we detect outliers. There is a data which is acquired. We visualize and analyze the data using these new statistical models. We interpret practical and statistical significance of results, and we make scientifically sound decisions, communicate them to solve problems. Now, this is what is termed as Abhyupagama Siddhanta. So there are 4 types of Siddhanta, and that Abhyupagama Siddhanta is nothing but research methodology. So we started with this. Over past 20 years, me and my group, we have studied about 55 to 60 different research problems, and we have a good number of publications. But this particular publication, which I am putting here right now, is not from me, but from the group of Urmila Thatte ma'am and Supriya Bhalera and others. So this was a proof of concept. What type of method? How do we arrive at the method? That is the core question which I'm dealing with here. So this study is a proof of concept pre-test, post-test model. In the Samhita Granthas, we find something like this, Pakvashayat Basti Viryam Khair Deham Anusarpati. How do we understand this? Can we measure it? And to measure this, can we develop our own model? What is developing our own model? That means existing research methods, how do we put this principle and then apply it on the real day clinical practice of Panchakarma. So here for this study, 32 obese individuals were selected, having BMI equal to or more than 30 kilograms per meter. And then 16 bastis were applied with diet and lifestyle modification, and the tests were before, immediately after the basti, and 90 days after completion of the whole process. In short, the result is a significant reduction where the p-value is less than 0.001% in weight, BMI, upper arm and abdominal circumference was seen at 90 days interval, S3. Then decrease in serum interferon, interleukin, IL-6, and ferritin, and increase in IgM levels was also observed. Peripheral blood lymphocytes stimulated with anti-CD3 monoclonal antibodies showed significant increase in reactive oxygen species generation and calcium flux after basti. So all other organ function tests revealed no changes. So this was one of the studies which, again, what model, which model? So this is how the group, I know the group and how they discuss, sit together, scientists from all the sides come together and they brainstorm and they come up with the model. There was another study, which is a case study, which was for which was based on like a clinical experience. A patient visited my clinic for chronic constipation of 10 to 12 years. He had already visited 3-4 Vaidyas and I was his last hope. So after thorough clinical examination and ultrasonography, I diagnosed the condition as Vataja Pandu instead of Malavashtamba alone, where Malavashtamba is a symptom. It's not the main disease. And I prescribed Dadimadighruta. Within 7 days, the patient reported relief, which was continued after 6 months follow-up. Some more patients were treated with similar results. Now here, the research model is case study. For diagnosis, you need a thought process. There is care guideline for reporting these type of case studies, and it's never only single patient. It is always, the median number of case studies is from 1 to 15, and that means the median number is coming to 7. So case series a little bit different than this. This study which we performed in our own, this third example I'm taking, where we performed in our own department. This was a study of Hingvadighruta. I also belong to the discipline of Rasashastra and Bhaishajya Kalpana, metal mineral medicine. So our focus is mainly the drug development and how the drugs act. So here, this is the Hingvadighruta which we used. It's a formula from Charak Samhita, and it is indicated in Unmad and Apasmar. So we correlated, we studied the whole thing. We and our pharmacology department, modern medicine pharmacology department teachers, we sat together. We discussed how and where we want to go. And then we decided that depression will be correlated with Vishad, Avasad. And according to Ayurveda, the symptoms of Vata, Pitta, Kshaya are there. From Manasa Bhav, it is Rajatama Dushti. And the drug from Ayurvedic perspective has Katurasa, Ushnavirya, Tikshna Guna. Its activities are Kapha, Vata Dosha Shaman, Saudhnya Sthapak. With all this, when we discussed all this with our counterparts, we came to a conclusion that we will use TST and FST, which are the standard models for antidepressant activity, which are the mice models. Then we decided over the dose and duration. We had to take a standard drug, imipramine. And then again here, there was a discussion, confluence between Ayurveda and modern medicine. The dose of this Hingvadighruta is 1 pala. The Dhatu Pariposhan Kram, according to Ayurveda, completes in 7 days, Rasa to Shukra Parinaman. And then and that completes 1 cycle. In the standard drug imiprimine, when you taste, the favorable effect is seen within 2 to 3 weeks. Now, based on all this, we decided that a total 21 days treatment period will be good to check the real effect in the experimental settings. We did this experiment. These are the ingredients of this Hingwadi Ghruta. You can see Ferula narthex. Hingu is the gum resin of the tree, and then Savarchal Lavan, and then ginger and Piper nigrum, Piper longum, cow urine, cow ghee, all these ingredients. We prepared, standardized all this, the drug. We tested it for all these activities. I'm just highlighting today on antidepressant activity, clinical also. So at animal level, we took the standard Ayurvedic dose, and we extrapolated it for the model, and then it was our X dose. It showed best results as compared to imiprimine, where p value was 0.01. Then the half dose, because practically it is very difficult for the patient to consume one pala, that is 40 grams of ghee, 4 full spoons. And therefore, we also tested the dose at half rate. Then for the third, the double dose than the therapeutic dose. At all 3 dose levels, the results began to show, but kapha vruddhi was there due to Ghruta excess, and it led to Gaurava and Tandra. So this higher dose gave us some experimental evidence for Ghruta, Ati Ghruta Panajanya, the excess ghee, if you give, what happens? And that's how in this small experimental model, we could create some the real time evidence. And when we studied this, in our clinical trial, then it was a simple small exploratory trial. The patient number was only 6, but we studied in 2 groups. Group A was Hingwadi plus a standard antidepressant drug, and Group B was standard antidepressant drug only. So we used the Hamilton scale here, and the effect was significant on day 61 as compared to day 0, and not in between, though there was a decrease in scores. So Hingwadi Ghruta proved effective clinically in patients with mild to moderate depression as well. Now, right from standardization of the drug till the final clinical effects, we could study that. And this study or these evidences lead us to, lead me today to explore the basic question, do we have ready-made research models? So if there are questions like this, how to measure the effect of pregnancy diet on fetal origin of adult diseases, or how many bhavanas and puttas are essential to say that this is complete. We do have Ayurvedic examinations, and they're simple and they're accurate, but still, can I decide the endpoint based on some structural analysis is a research question. Is there a measure to differentiate Swatantra and Paratantra Vyadhi? How can I check ADME of Rasa Parpati, which is a very important drug in Ayurvedic repertory, and also whether this undergo avasthapat? Can I see that? So these are some of the problems which we seek answers for in today's perspective, and then we have to think about appropriate statistical tests. I will not talk much on this step, but first step I think is to think about quantitative. If we want to confirm or test result for some problem, then it falls in the quantitative domain. If we want to give proof of concept, or if we want to test our thoughts and experiences, then the model or then the method falls in the qualitative domain. And secondly, once we select our domains, we have to think about the relationship between the dependent and independent variable, and then we have to choose the statistical model. There are wonderful ways and methods to select which test exactly you want to apply, and it is possible. So these are the new things which Ayurvedic Vaidyas need to learn. So I feel, yes, the right research model exists, but it's not ready-made. It evolves and it is always problem-based. So the moment you can, from the gross idea, if we sit together and if we can pinpoint the problem, then definitely we can come up with the right research model for a problem. Based on past two days, rather yesterday whole day and today's over half a session, I feel if we ponder over that, I feel that research is not an isolated activity. It is a collaborative activity, basically between academia, industry, and patients. So what is best for patients, that should be put at the center, and then academia, research organizations, and industry, they should play. Right now, Dr. Mehta was talking that he is conducting everyday meditation in his hospital, but the attendance is not to his expectation. Yes, so patients, they expect quick solutions, quick remedies, and industry works on that. And therefore, there has to be a confluence, for there has to be a connecting thread for the three to come out with better results for the patients. The traditional process of formulation should not be compromised. That was talked yesterday, and that is our experience as well. In our lab, when we prepared Shwaskothar Ras just by mixing all the things together and following the traditional method of triturating single piperonigram with the whole other combination, the results were different. Then the process of quality assurance, which yesterday also Dr. Harpinder Bhogi was talking, that organic growing, then and the certifications, phytosanitary certifications, these are essential today for product development, and they should reflect in the research. So in vitro, in vivo testing, preclinical studies using bioassays for efficacy, safety studies for products where it is required. This reminds me of an experience that, yes, when I was working for some duration in Hungary, a senior professor came to me and he asked me that, okay, he advised some of his patients curcuma OTC, just 500 milligram, and the patient after a week's time came back to him complaining of some peroral bleeding. Then he was asking me that why this happened, and I had to explain that curcuma is Tikshna Ushna, but at the same time I had to explain to him that they are not used to have curcuma in their daily food as well. So there are differences of ethnicity, differences of practices of foods and drugs as well, and therefore when there is a requirement of safety study for routinely used herbs, we need to address that issue as well. HS codes for exports and other certifications for exports are equally important, and for all of that we need to study right from these preclinical to the clinical for generating evidences. And as explained today by Honorable Secretary, the Namaste portal or ICD-11 congruence with our diseases, like Vata Sancha is explained as Vata Sancha is categorized as AAA1, or Pranavata Prakop is categorized as AAA 2.2, or Sangrahani categorized as EB 7.2. All this should reflect in the research which is being conducted today in India and also abroad. Clinicians who are working outside India, they need to come or collaborate. We should collaborate from India, outside India, and then definitely there can be planning for good research strategies. In India, what happens is most of the times the resources, especially the instrument technology resources, we do lack. We have certain basic infrastructure, but we do lack in them, and that's where the collaborations are requested. So I think I'm fortunate again, and I thank Dr. Pratibha and her whole team for giving me this opportunity to present and share my views and some of our work. And thanks again. And if you have some questions, I'm here to respond to them.
Thank you, Dr. Asmita. It was a wonderful presentation. Thank you for your time and in-depth presentation. We all agree that Ayurveda is a profound science. It does not need to be changed. We just have to find a language to communicate with the world, especially in the where the research is concerned. And you in your presentation shared that suggested about the adoptive principles for modern settings, and also focus that there are no mathematical and statistical methodologies described in Ayurveda. That is very interesting to know. Your exploration that whether a good research model already exists, and taking those parameters and actually conducting some results, case studies, research and case studies is very interesting. And I'm hoping that your research would be available for our participants to, is it available, already published, or is it not?
Sure.
I would like to know if you share the link, or we will be happy to share with our participants. Thank you so much.
Sure, Dr. Vandana. The works, mostly all the works which we have done as a team from our college, all are available, and some of them are available on this ResearchGate platform, and most of them are available on Elsevier.
If you share the link with us, we will share with our audience today. Thank you so much. Now I would like to invite Dr. Madan Thangvelu, sir.
Vandana, you'll have to.
Yes, I'm so glad to hear you, and I couldn't see you, so I was just hoping that the spotlight would be on you. Welcome, sir. We welcome you.
Thank you, Vandana. The host has to turn my camera on. I think you turned.
Oh, I have requested to you to add start the video, sir.
Okay, thank you. I'm here.
Oh, there we go.
There we are.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for being with us. I will give introduction. Dr. Madan Thangvelu, BSc, MSc, PhD in molecular genetics from the University of Cambridge, is a genome biologist. His academic affiliations included research fellowships at the Department of Oncology, University of Cambridge, Medical Research Council Cancer Cell Unit, and the Medical Research Council Laboratory of Molecular Biology, Cambridge. He is a member of the Mind-Matter Unification Project of the Theory of Condensed Matter Group at the Cavendish Laboratory, Cambridge, directed by Professor Brian Josephson, and honorary adjunct professor at the Transdisciplinary University Center for Functional Genomics and Bioinformatics, Bangalore, India. My sincere apologies to have condensed your credentials and accolades due to time constraints. I request our participants to please find the detailed bio in our brochure, which is already on our website. Thank you for being with us today, sir. We welcome you.
Thank you. Well, then I hope you can hear me. It's a delight to be here with everybody. Greetings from Cambridge. Thank you for having me here with all of you today. It's a challenge to follow on from so many wonderful presentations, but I will try. And the message I want to convey is a little bit, it touches on all what was offered by all the other presenters, and delightful that I could follow on from Asmita ji, because she's presented many things that I wish to share. This busy slide here, I hope it's visible, shows the many collaborators who are here with me and who work with me in the different locations where I work at. And particularly important is this group called the All-Party Parliamentary Group for Indian Traditional Sciences here in the UK. We interact a lot with the Parliament here in the UK for research and research to Indian traditional sciences. Several other collaborators here. I wouldn't go into the name, but you can see it on the screen. When we go into understanding all of the wisdom traditions and sciences, we have to keep in mind they have a very comprehensive worldview based on certain foundations. For a lot of people who come into understanding these sciences, they're unaware of these foundations. And one of that in particular that I'm fascinated about is Sankhya. Sankhya is one of the 6 or 9 darshanas, depending on how you classify them. Sankhya is at the heart of many of the principles that we talk about. Sankhya is axiomatic. Sankhya connects very closely with some of the ideas that were presented by some of our earlier speakers on the mind and aspects of biology and physiology. The errors that we can see in how we come into these traditional axiomatic principles is, I've highlighted one of the words, the 2 words here, dukkha. If dukkha is translated as sorrow, you lose the meaning of the 68 sutras here within the Sankhya Karika. Instead, dukkha, if appreciated as stresses, you start to understand and you start to see the 3 gunas, which are at the heart of all of Ayurveda and yoga and so on. So here is the kind of problem that we have to understand reality. And Abhimanuji gave us this wonderful image of the challenges that we face. This is from understanding Triphala, one of the very important formulations in Ayurveda. And you can see it is an impossible task. How do we then understand Triphala? The message is very simple. Look at it through the eyes of Sankhya and look at it through the eyes of different darshanas. And Asmitaji points us to some of these things that she presented very nicely on how to design experiments based on the principles, axiomatic principles. I think Dr. Jeffrey White gave us one of the big problems that a lot of people outside India or even within India who are not deeply connected with the darshanas, one things they will find is the complexity and the level of awareness of that knowledge is missing, not just in India, but also outside. And what happens when you are unsure about that nature of that knowledge, you tend to fragment this knowledge and you tend to do the kind of reductionist analysis, which sometimes yields useful things, but most times leads to problems. And Jeffrey presents it very nicely in the context of cancer. Can we understand these things differently? Here's an example of practice-based evidence. This is a story that is known to a lot of people in India, especially the state of Karnataka. Here's a gentleman who treats cancers. Now, what do we do when we have stories like this? Do we leave them aside or do we do something with it? Do we make it known to people? How do we approach this analysis? If you look at that website, you will see many other stories that are there related to Ayurvedic rasayanas or the herbs and health benefits and dinacharya, the routine. How do we make sense of all these things? Are there experimental designs? Are there principles available that can be used? Now, that example that I gave you is just one of a collection of almost 300,000 formulations or thereabouts that are available in this TKDL. How do we go about understanding these things? Do we sit down and do, what kind of research do we do? And how do we go about unpacking that, the knowledge that is available to us? Shown here, the total research budget for the top 20 pharma companies who are doing interesting things, about $115 billion for the year 2015-16. Now, have they given us anything? It's a question that's open, and I think most of you will have answers on your mind in terms of the ongoing pandemic and several other things. To put all of this in context, I give you this little comparison. The entire recent healthcare budget for India for the year 2021 is about just under $10 billion. Now, I put an arrowhead here just to show you where the entire nation's healthcare budget fits in terms of the research and development budget for some of these companies. There are many messages in this one slide, which is what do we do with healthcare and how do we approach healthcare what are the designs, what are the ways in which we understand, and what are the things that we need to do. Clearly, India will not be able to match the kind of budgets that we have here. Are there other approaches? Cancer is very high on the list. A projection made for 2024, the top 10 selling products in the world, the pharma products, the biologicals, all aiming at cancer. So it's wonderful that Jeffrey White is here and discussions are going on how we understand this complexity and what do we offer people, not just in India, but the rest of the world. The fact is very simple. Reality is too complex to be reduced to a simple general formula. We need other ways to do this. Now, Asmita ji mentioned something that was very interesting about how we can follow research principles. The study that she gave of Basti was very interesting in that that paper offers you details of levels of interleukin-6, one of the pro-inflammatory cytokines, about 130 days after Basti. So if people interested in that study, please do look at that paper. Are there aspects of Ayurveda that can be unpacked using contemporary science principles? I give you a few examples here, and that goes into the world of Swasthavrit and Dinacharya and Ritucharya. First one is an example of work done by Simon Mendes Ferrer. Simon, when he did this work on the circadian aspects of hematopoietic cell traffic, he was working in Spain. He's now here in Cambridge with us. Simon's study was very exciting. Almost 10 years on, we are still trying to make more sense of that study. So what he shows here is how the stem cells leave their niches in a traffic process that oscillates with the circadian rhythm. And the reasons for this are better understood if you look at the anatomy of that stem cell niche. So when you look at this structure, you will see it's a tripartite niche, which has a mesenchymal stem cell, a hematopoietic stem cell, and an autonomic synapse that goes into the stem cell. Now, as soon as you see this arrangement, this tripartite arrangement, everything starts to make sense as to how you can have aspects of human physiology that connects with the circadian systems, with inputs that come through the autonomic nervous system. Now, there are many other details in this study which are worth much closer examination, but it points you to where the body is synchronized. There are clocks within the body that work in harmony with the external world and how they have to be respected. And this is the very message that we get from aspects of Dinacharya and Ritucharya. Second example is Ritucharya. This is again work done here in Cambridge by Professor John Todd. He's left us, gone to Oxford now. And John's work, published in 2015, is very interesting. It reinforces and validates what the concept of Ritucharya. I won't go into the details here, but all I want to show you here is how the expression of certain genes connected with the immune system oscillate and change with the change of the seasons. And the take-home, one important take-home message here is that the immune system has a profound pro-inflammatory profile during the winter months. And there is an increase in the level of soluble interleukin-6 receptors and C-reactive proteins, etc. Now, once again, it reinforces what Ayurveda has always talked about. You can do finer analysis of this. You can look at the individual clock genes and you will see how they oscillate with time. These are just details that sit on top of the central concept of Dinacharya, Ritucharya. Again, these fluctuations are also seen in the cells of the adipose tissue. And once again, reinforcing the fact that we as a body are in harmony. To maintain the body in good health, we live in harmony with the environment. Messages that are very clear and appreciated in Ayurveda. I switch to how plants respond. And this is one formulation that's described in the old text called neem giloy. Giloy being Tinospora cordifolia, grown on neem. And it's been said in the text that neem giloy has unusual properties compared to when giloy is grown by itself. study from researchers at the Institute of Ayurveda and several others show that the quality of the starch that is isolated, what is called Guduchi Sattva, and a very important formulation, chemical that's used in Ayurveda. The Guduchi Sattva, the quality changes with the ritus, with the seasons. Now, it's not just humans that shift and change their physiology with the seasons, but plants also do. Another fascinating aspect is work done by Professor Rajesh Dabur in Rohtak in Haryana at the Department of Biochemistry. Now, Rajesh's work is very interesting because he confirms the nature of this interaction and the chemical profiles that vary when Guduchi is grown in different plants. Guduchi, when grown on neem, shows a different profile, and Professor Rajesh's work shows what are the chemicals that vary with aspects of Tinosporia when grown on neem trees. Now, all of this is confirmation that there are certain details that are available in the ancient text that can be validated using contemporary research techniques. And the most important one is this confusing concept of Prakriti. How does it vary? How do you explain Prakriti, and how is it explained in the Ayurvedic text? And are there molecular DNA level markers for this Prakriti? And to give you that level of individuation that is assigned in Ayurveda. And the example I have here is from 2008, the genome of the person who was one of the two people who gave us the helical model of DNA. When the genome of James Watson was sequenced, we find a set of olfactory receptor genes that are missing in this person. Now, what it means, we don't know, but certainly it's a pointer to the fact that individuals are different. Now, in much of what we do in science and the research, including contemporary research, is present to the right-hand side. We are always playing with half a deck of cards. We don't have all of those aspects that we need to do complete study. And it will always be that way. And Asmitaji presented it very nicely by saying, Pratyaksham Alpam, what is open to our senses is very tiny. Apratyaksha, that is not known to us, is much greater. And the challenge is to find that fine line between what we know and what we don't, and be flexible in how we go about developing research aspects for the future. Now, the idea of individuation and differences is presented very nicely in Charaka Samhita. And I've quoted that here in the following way, that every individual is different from another, and hence should be considered as a different entity. We have a problem here in that if n equals 1, if you cannot have uniformity in individuals, how do we go about designing experiments? Ayurveda does this very cleverly, and it has a way of doing it. The way it does this is that it takes a different perspective, and it looks at ways in which you can look at the universe and look at the world in different ways. Now, for us, for people in Ayurveda, those principles are very understood. Whether they have the skill to present it and explain it to others is a different question. But for us, coming to it from modern science, what's important is to keep an open mind and to say that it is those strange observations that should form the basic principles for future research, of which we have many in Ayurveda. All of this I've taken over from one of my earlier presentations that's available at the link at the bottom. This is the worldview that Ayurveda offers us. It is very, very fascinating to see how a talented Vaidya is able to use, in an algorithmic way, the 6 rasas to control human physiology. Asmitaji offered us some case studies. They're not the only case studies, but there are many, many more of that kind that are available to us. There is a difficulty. If we do not explain these concepts to people who are not aware of it, then you run into a problem by which you never enable that conversation that should happen. So we're told that we should have a conversation, but what is that language we use to make that conversation happen? If you cannot explain the gunas and the Vimshati gunas to people, then we have lost the game even before we started it. These principles are used, and they've been used since a long, long time. Shown up here, one of the Nagarjunas who gave us the concept of Shunyata, and his so-called Panchadasha Prakara, the 15 indicators of health and well-being as understood in Ayurveda. For those
so the time is allocated is almost up.
For those who can read, the Sanskrit is out there on the right-hand side. Much of what is shown in blue is modern physiology. Where is all this going to come to use? It comes to use in the future of medicine, the P5 medicine, as seen here. Shown here, one of the abstracts of the meeting held in Kerala in India. What's the kind of future research that we would like to see? I've shown here Dr. Stefan Offermann in Germany, who is heading the Heart and Lung Research Institute for the Max Planck Institutes. And what we see here is a possibility, some exciting collaborative research in this whole area of bitter taste receptors, of which the genomics is known today. And what are the other areas? So Sri Ranjani talked about Pakshagata. There may be ways to understand and refine better those experiments and those clinical interventions using some insights on the bitter taste receptors in different parts of the stomach. How do we understand these complex formulations? Talking to good Vaidyas, talented Vaidyas, they say a yogam, as shown here, the Mahatikta rhythm.
Madanji, apologies. I think our next speaker has to be introduced.
Thank you.
So sorry.
Has to be understood as one unit. So I'm going to stop here. Thank you so much for having me. I hope I've given you a rough idea of where my mind is in terms of doing research. There is no inconsistency in the two languages. There are ways to find the commonality, and there is a way in which I feel the future of Ayurveda research should go, interacting with the best of genomic biology, with the best of what is known in Ayurveda. Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you, Dr. Madan Tangveluji. Thank you for a very insightful presentation. You have touched many aspects, and you have made this, that we say in Ayurveda, Purusham Viksha has been a shortcoming for all research models, how to design when it is highly individualized. And you are trying to project that as a strength, that we should not consider that aspect as a shortcoming. We definitely would love to have you in one of our webinar series and hear you more. And it is very interesting to see that you have touched all aspects, from the allocation of budget from Government of India to the design of research models to healthcare system. And there's strong points of Ayurveda and traditional system of medicine. You have cited research, which are very helpful for Dincharya, Ritucharya. And one of the things that is, I know, very close to your heart is Rasas, Shad Rasas, and the further research in bitter taste. So we will definitely hear more from you. Thank you for being with us today.
Thank you. Namaste.
Namaskar, sir. Namaskar, sir. Now I would like to invite our next presenter, Dr. Bhavna Parashar. Dr. Bhavna Parashar, are you?
Yes, I'm ready.
Oh, so nice to see you. So I will introduce Dr. Bhavna Parashar briefly. Dr. Bhavna Parashar is a Senior Principal Scientist at CSIR's Genomics Unit, Trisutra, IGIB, Delhi, MD Ayurveda from Gujarat, Jamnagar. Dr. Bhavna has pioneered establishment of the field of Genomics at CSIR IGIB since 2002. Her group for the first time has provided molecular and genomic basis to the principles of Prakriti, developed ML-based approaches for Prakriti assessment. This has propelled biomarks discoveries and further translational outcomes using Genomics approach. She is PI of Ayush Center of Excellence for Applied Developments in Ayurveda, Prakriti and Genomics at CSIR IGIB. We welcome you, Dr. Bhavna. Please.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Dr. Vandana, for the nice introduction. And at the outset, I would like to thank the Council for Ayurveda Research for, inviting me to give a talk in this seminar. And I hope I have full 12 to 15 minutes as was planned. So I will share my screen now.
We assure you do have, yes.
You have full 15 minutes. Yes.
Thank you. So, yeah, so today I kind of thought of giving, because the first topic that was suggested was regarding the Ayurveda interventions and COVID-19 learnings. So even though we have primarily worked a lot on Prakriti, I will take you all through the whole course of development of this understanding and exploring the repurposing potential of Ayurveda interventions in COVID-19. Is it going next? No.
Your screen is not shared. Yeah, this is good. Thank you.
Yeah. So as we all have been hearing that it's not merely the drugs that makes Ayurveda special. We all know Trisutra Ayurveda, it's a Hetu, Ling and Aushadha, which is causes, phenotypes and therapeutic interventions. It's a triad of Ayurveda, which is actually talking to each other, and that makes it a potential for translational medicine, and that too in a personalized manner, not merely saying this environment or this diet will produce this effect, but also introducing the concept of healthy or the individual at the center of it. Rather than saying health and disease, it writes healthy and disease. So personalization starts from diagnostics rather than only in the medicine aspects. So how does diagnostics and how these three axes crosstalk to each other is through the common organizing principle called Tridosha. May it be external factors or may it be the medicinal modifiers, all of them influence the system and give rise to the readouts in the form of clinical features through their effect on dosha. So in the homeostatic condition, in the health, there is a homeostasis of dosha. And in the same dosha, when they are perturbed, there's a disease. And therapy is aimed at modulating the dosha back to the original levels. So this tells that Ayurveda has a unique, again, Ayurveda has a unique translational approach, and and this is not just translation in a similar way for everybody. There is a personalization possible and looking at the baselines of an individual. So this is just a pictorial representation of how dosha, in spite of baseline proportions being very, very invariant throughout lifetime, they also have a dynamic component of dosha which responds to environment, which responds to circadian and seasonal cycles, which is shown in the form of red triangles. And we ought to check it up with the help of corresponding lifestyle. And if it doesn't get controlled with that, it goes beyond adaptive range and it can cause a disease. And therapy aims to bring it back. So this was the relation, why we call it as a common organizing principle. And we all know that biological functions of dosha are described very distinctly and they all work together in homeostatic manner. Vata, principally important for transport signaling movement, Pitta for energy metabolism, thermoregulation, and Kapha for storage and building up of structures. Having said this, if there are different proportions of Vata, Pitta, and Kapha present right from the time of fertilization and during the developmental period, it gives rise to some different readouts of health. Within the health range also, there are different readouts in terms of how people are built, how people respond to environment, and how they have a socio-communication abilities. So this tells that Vata, Pitta, Kapha, Prakriti, in the differential proportions of Vata, Pitta, Kapha in Prakriti, they actually give us an opportunity to look at what does it mean at a physiological level, what does it mean at different levels of organization. And this whole proportion also reflects itself at a population level, that particular geoclimatic condition will favor certain dosha expressions in higher amount and so on. So what we started was looking at the population level diversity, classifying it into 7 Prakriti types. And if it was to be started at the organism level, can we go up to the sequence or DNA level And what modern medicine systems level is aiming to do is look at the DNA variations and see what effects it is going to have. So it is from the genotype to phenotype, whereas Ayurveda, through integration of Ayurveda, we can start from phenotype to genotype. And can this actually be win-win situation for both modern medicine as well as Ayurveda? Because by doing this activity, we get the molecular understanding of dosha as well as modern science gets if there is possibility of identifying genetic variations within the normal healthy individuals, which could confer them differential response to environment. So this was what the approach we started out with. We did the population stratification into different Prakriti groups. And because this was a first study, we wanted to see whether the real close to Ekal Prakriti or very predominant dosha dominant Prakriti people, do they exhibit differences at genomic and expression or a molecular level? Why this? So this tells that the different contrasting Prakriti individuals can actually offer us an opportunity to identify molecular correlates. And for that, we had to do a screening of thousands, more than 1,000 patients to get maybe handful of 90 to 100 extreme Prakriti or Ekal Dosha Prakriti individuals. So what we found, I will not go too much into the details. I'll tell straight away come to the topic of what difference we found underlying Prakriti, which had an impact on environmental response and disease susceptibility or severity. What we found was that normal healthy individuals classified on the basis of Prakriti, coming from a same geoclimatic condition, coming from the same age group, in spite of that, they have differences at certain biological processes, genes expression. And one of the things that was differing between them was the expression pattern of the EGLN1 gene, which is an oxygen sensor. So what do we observe is that Kapha Prakriti had a higher expression and Pitta Prakriti had a lower expression. And this actually offers adaptation to low oxygen condition. How? We not only looked at the gene expression profile, but we also went on to check at the DNA level variations, whether those DNA level variations are linked with the stable expression profiles. We found that Pitta and Kapha Prakriti individuals had a particular genotype of EGLN1 differing between them. And if this was to be compared and identified for its importance in any of the environmental response or disease susceptibility, we actually found, since this was an oxygen sensor gene and it has a role in kind of modulating the cellular response to take care of the hypoxic situation, we saw whether these variations are likely to be different amongst natives of high altitude who have adapted well, as well as sojourners who travel to high altitude and they fall sick. So as you can see over here, the people who are natives of high altitude, they had a genotype frequency similar to that of Pitta, whereas those sea dwellers who develop high altitude pulmonary edema and Kapha have similar genotypes. If this Prakriti stratification of healthy individuals was not to be done, as in case of this bar, V, P, and K together, it will look similar to a background population and it will not show much difference. But if this gets resolved only upon doing the Prakriti stratification. So this is something we found that, okay, Pitta and Kapha Prakriti have a variation in the gene, both at expression as well as at the genotype level, which is responsible for oxygen sensing and subsequent switching on of things to tackle low oxygen conditions. So this was the paper that we got in Proceedings of National Academy of Sciences in 2010. So this tells that we have a way by which we can not only look at the molecular correlates of Vata, Pitta, and Kapha, but those molecular correlates could also offer us novel leads for discoveries. So this is putting together a summary of how we proceeded. Then we also went about showing that whether this hypoxia difference axis is also giving rise to outcome level differences. We were next able to find out that hypoxia and hemostasis axis are also differing amongst Prakriti, and it has a differential outcome in the hypoxic environment. And this new genetic link was also deciphered in a Prakriti-specific manner. So the thing is that validation plus discovery go hand in hand. If we get a molecular axis that can explain one of the difference between Pitta and Kapha. I'm not saying that this is only thing that differs between Pitta and Kapha, but hypoxia and hemostasis is one thing that we could get. We proceeded with our other studies at other omic levels and different populations, but we also pursued this particular variation or in the hypoxic response, whether it has a relevance in any of the disease states which involve hypoxia as one of the cellular response. What we find is that, so this is a summary again, Lakshana from stratifying the Prakriti, we found the molecular hetu of a hypoxic state. The molecular hetu of hypoxic state is also shown by other groups in our institute, by Dr. Agrawal's group, that this particular gene, if it is inhibited up to certain level, it is actually helpful for inducing hypoxic response and correction of the asthma phenotype. But if it gets inhibited beyond a limit, the severity or the pro-inflammatory nature of this thing actually sets in and it exacerbates asthma. This was done using the mouse models of acute and severe asthma. So we went on to ask the question whether, if this is the case, that if particular variation between Pitta and Kapha has been shown to be important in hypoxia responsiveness, as well as in the asthma severity, can there be a medicine which has a Pitta-Kapha balancing activity and can restore this particular disturbance between PHD2 HIF1 alpha levels? So the question was, can a Pitta-Kapha balancing medicine allow us to probe restoration of PHD2 or EGLN1 HIF1 alpha levels? So one of the medicines this is very dear to us, it's Adathoda Vasika. It has a clear description about being a Pitta-Kapha balancer, and it is importantly useful both in complex disorders like asthma, gulma, Vata Hridrog, Pitta Hridrog, Kshay, and it is also useful for conditions which could be correlated with some infectious situations like tuberculosis or like fevers, like different kinds of lung injuries. So this tells that there is a herb which we have, which is useful in the asthma, which is also corrective of Pitta-Kapha imbalance. So we selected and we went about checking whether using the same standard mouse model systems, are we able to see any differences? So our group, with Dr. Agrawal's group collaboration, we could do the acute and severe model of asthma. Severe model was built by inhibiting the PHD2 beyond a certain level such that hypoxia sets in very heavily and it becomes very, very pro-inflammatory.
Last minute, some wrap-up comments.
Yes, so we performed, to cut the long story short, we performed all practical experiments at physiological level, tissue level, cellular level, and we checked for the effect of particular medicine in whole water-soluble extract of Adathoda Vasika. So this only tells that airflow obstruction, inflammatory biomarkers, airway inflammation, everywhere we could see, and importantly, we could see the inhibition of HIF1 alpha using this particular medicine in a clinical dosage using the mouse models. The question was whether this particular thing is also useful in other inflammatory conditions. So we went on to see whether hypoxia-induced mitochondrial dysfunction, which is known to occur in asthma, whether this medicine actually happens to have any effect. We developed a cellular model of hypoxia and tested for the effect of this herb using whole extract and on the effect on mitochondria. So as you can see, with the help of cellular hypoxic agent, we could see that there is a disruption in the mitochondrial morphology. And if the same thing was treated with Adathoda Vasika, the networks were restored. So this only tells that it reverses mitochondrial dysfunction and induced by the cellular hypoxic response. The question is whether this hypoxia that we observe now in the COVID-19 and the subsequent inflammatory responses that we observe in COVID-19, including hemostasis, sepsis, we had conducted our subsequent experiments on other mouse models relevant to study the pulmonary fibrosis, sepsis, hypoxia-induced thrombosis, and tested the effect of Adatoda vasica, whether it actually has a role in alleviating those kinds of pathologies. So we had observed very favorable results, and all of this was also being reported every day in the clinical parameters of COVID-19, severe lung inflammation, lung fibrosis, hypoxemia. So we went out to check whether this is a host response where Adatoda vasica has a very, very potential role. But we were also curious to know whether there is a direct role against antiviral as an antiviral or inhibition in the cell culture. So whatever extract had the molecules as an constituent molecules, we did the in silico molecular docking studies against the important host proteins as well as the viral proteins to see whether it has a role against them. So we found very important results of high binding energy efficiencies with them. Importantly, I just want to highlight that even it's not just against one molecule. When you do combined molecular docking of multiple molecules against these proteins, we find binding energy to be much more significant. So this tells that Adatoda vasica, in addition to modifying the host response in a favorable manner, anti-hypoxic and anti-inflammatory manner, it also has a potential for acting against the viral as well as viral proteins. And this was also seen using the in vitro cell culture. And now we have an ongoing clinical study in collaboration with All India Institute of Ayurveda, supported by Ministry of Ayush, to look at Adatoda vasica in the COVID-19 positive patients, and where we will again look at comprehensively effect against virus profile, clinical profile, host biomarkers, and compare it with the effect in Tinospora cordifolia as well as the combined Adatoda vasica and Tinospora cordifolia. So this only tells that if we were to start understand the molecular basis of our own pathophysiological concept of Ayurveda through Prakriti, we can actually not only understand new diseases that are arising and being explained on the molecular language in our own Ayurvedic language, and we can actually contextualize them from our own language and correspondingly select the medicines and provide a molecular understanding. So these two papers are also published, Adatoda vasica in asthma as well as in COVID-19. And I would like to acknowledge all our IGIB collaborators and also the funding agencies. We have a huge group of students and collaborators who have worked towards this. They're all multidisciplinary students as well as multidisciplinary collaborators, various facilities of IGIB, funding support. And this is the institute. Maybe if anytime, this is the interdisciplinary team of Iogenomics at IGIB. And I thank you all for patient hearing. If there are any questions, I would be ready to take them. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Bhavna. Thank you so much for this presentation. You have summed up in just 15 or few minutes your, I believe, 20 years, almost 2 decades of research work. And we would be very curious to know what CSR is currently doing, the Iogenomics team is doing at IGIB. And thank you once again. Yes, you wanted to say something.
No, that's it. This is like one part of the story that, and it actually takes the whole.
We understand that.
Yeah. We are right now working for more applied developments of Prakriti in public health setting, in clinical settings to decipher the disease endophenotypes. And I would be happy to share if there are any.
Oh, definitely, we will invite you. We have various occasions. Thank you so much for being here today.
I have a question. Dr.
Yes.
Vaidya.
Yes, hello, sir.
Yes, nice to see you. And I think that as an expert to your Tri-Sutra group, I had made several suggestions. And actually, Prakriti Genomics was proposed by our group at New York meeting in 1997. And then actually Kalpana Joshi took up and she showed it first in relation to HLA type. And then Mitali and you have taken it up further. And I'm very proud, particularly that you have taken it to Vasaka, because Vasayam Vidyamanayam Ashayam Jivitasya cha Raktapiti Kshayikasi Kimartham Avasidati. So congratulations. That's my comment.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Sorry, we tried to get you on video, Vaidya sir, but could not find you in this gallery.
I invite Dr. Pratibha for concluding remarks. And
I am blocked in video because you beautiful ladies are more important on the video than I am.
Oh, no.
Can
Meenakshi, can we unblock Dr. Vaidya, please? I don't know. We haven't blocked anybody.
He's not blocked. I requested him to turn on the video. I don't know. Yeah.
Sir, please turn on your video.
Oh, there he is. Okay. Now you're muted. Sorry. Technology. Okay. Dr. Vandana, you want to finish?
Yes, I have invited you for concluding remarks. Please go ahead. Thank you very much.
Okay. Hopefully, Dr. Vaidya will come on. But thank you, Dr. Vandana. One second. Let me bring on gallery so that we can see everyone. Okay. So sir is here. Sir, yes. Thank you so much. So lovely to see you. And so we come to the end of day one. Thank you so much to all the dignitaries, to all the subject matter experts, and all of the speakers who have enriched the effort today. Dr. Bhavna and other speakers, and Ashok Vaidya ji, if he has the time, we would love to invite you for our global webinar series, one by one, where we have an hour long session, which I think will do more justice. As you can imagine, it's a very challenging task to organize something which is in US and India time, and also try to bring in as many subject matter experts as we can within the limitation of days and times that we have. So we have made an effort, and hopefully we can use the learnings from this session and the one coming tomorrow and the closed door session on September 19th to consolidate the directions that have generated from the 2 days so far, and hopefully more tomorrow. I would like to share that we have 2 diligent note takers, volunteers, all volunteers who have been taking copious notes, which we will sit by the end of day tomorrow and consolidate everything and make it concise and more succinct for presentation on the 19th to the closed door group. So all in all, this could not have been possible without all of you coming on board to this initiative and effort. These efforts have happened in the past. We are probably contributing to the same, just with one difference, that we are determined to take it forward. That is the important distinction we would like to make, that we are determined to take it forward.
Others have also been taken forward. We should not forget Nimitli project. We should not forget collaborations in India and Indo-US earlier also, because history will never forgive us. So we are just reinforcing our will, reinforcing the will.
Yes,
because
yes,
Madan has rightly put very well the directions we have to take. So I would request that if you can request those who are willing to join in research collaboration, because when I'm going to open, I'm going to suggest areas where right away we can have very good functional collaboration by bringing expertise at different levels of biological organization. And that's what I liked about Bhavna, because coming from Gujarat University, she has understood that when we understand molecular mechanisms by reverse pharmacology and molecular pharmacology, we open up new fields for modern medicine. So Rolfia serpentina caused Parkinsonism. Rolfia serpentina caused galactorrhea. So all the antidepressant drugs, prolactin decreasing drugs, gastric acid secretion drugs emerged out of actually side effects of Rolfia serpentina understood at reserpine level. And I think that that's where Madan's point of view is very important. And I would request you to get a list of those who are willing to put in their expertise, discipline, and laboratory with the group.
They're coming, sir. They're part of the 19th group. They are.
Thank you. Thank you.
Apologies, but I was just repeating what you and I had spoken, that we need action items. So I was just verbalizing that. Thank you so much. Dr. Meenakshi, I'm going to invite Dr. Meenakshi Gupta to say the thank you notes for today. Dr. Meenakshi?
Yes.
Just 1 second, Dr. Meenakshi, if I can announce, tomorrow we start again at the same time, 9 a.m. EST sharp, 6:30 p.m. IST sharp. And all speakers, if you're here, if you're for tomorrow, please join at 8:30 for audio video check. Thank you so much.
Namaskar, everyone. So as a Council for Ayurveda Research Board of Director, and on behalf of entire team here together, we extend a hearty note of thanks to our honorable keynote speaker, Dr. Rajesh Kotecha ji. With that, I would also like to thank the Embassy of India, Washington, D.C., USA, Ministry of Ayush, and our honorable featured speaker, Dr. Abhimanyu Kumar ji. Your presence and wise word helped magnify our cause in a best possible way. I also like to thank all the respected speakers who have blessed us with their knowledge, presence, and research. And I also would like to thank all of our attendees. Well, an event like this cannot happen overnight. The wheel started rolling months ago under the proud leadership of Dr. Pratibha Bhatnagar. It requires planning and a bird's eye for details. However, we have been fortunate enough to be backed by a very motivated and dedicated team who knows their job and is result-oriented. My extended thanks to our entire team of Board of Directors, Dr. Pratibha, Dr. Mahadevan, Dr. Vandana, our core committee team members, Dr. Asavari, Dr. Abhishek, Dr. Pranita, Dr. Ritika, Dr. Rajesh, Dr. Archana, and Faith. I would also like to thank our platinum sponsor, iXoreal Biomed, and our gold sponsor, Cortical USA, silver sponsor, Kerala Ayurveda, and last but not least, our bronze sponsor, NAMA, National Ayurveda Medical Association, USA, and all supporting organizations for their commitment to promoting research in Ayurveda. I cannot thank enough for their involvement and their willingness to take on the completion of tasks beyond their comfort zones. So thank you, everyone. Thank you, everyone, for joining today, and we hope to see you all tomorrow for another informative session. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Dr. Vaidya, sir, for joining and blessing us. And we'll see you soon again. Thank you. And thank you, everybody else.
All throughout, yes.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you all.
Team, please stay on. Thank you.
I think we can stop the recording and